Greetings, chess fans all over the world. The World Youth Chess Championship in age categories, so 14, 16, 18 in open sections or girls is back with day 4. Today, your hosts will be, I'm Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. We have a very special guest here with us, Grandmaster, well-known expert from United States, also 4 times United States champion, Alexander Shabalov. We are going to go through all the details today, but first, of course, Alexander, welcome here.
Thanks so much, Artur. It's really nice to be here in the studio with my compatriot. We were born in the same city. And comment on probably the most important junior tournament of the year, the World Championship that is taking place in the absolutely wonderful resort place in Italy, Abruzzo province. It's called Monte Silvano on Adriatic Sea. Beautiful weather here, strong players, and fantastic 2 weeks ahead of us.
All right, so indeed, a very nice place here to be, which usually produces some good chess. So first, let's have a look at some throwback, what happened yesterday in round 3, because it was also some hard time for the leaders who keep losing points. Let's have a look at here. We have a very nice bird's eye view of Monte Silvano. In the middle, we have our hotel, also the playing venue, so you can approximately imagine the conditions we have here. It's really nice. It's almost summer, approximately plus 20 degrees, cool weather. All right, and let's check now the results of round 3 yesterday. We are gonna start with the girls section. Here you see top 2 boards from the girls under 18, Yekaterina Hrebenshikova and also Rochelle Wu. They were here yesterday explaining their thought process and victories over 2 Slovakians. Then we have 2 draws actually, girls under 16, where the top seeded player Chuqiao Wang from China was unable to beat Tsatsalashvili from India. Also 2 Polish players, Izabela Tokarz against Maria Sekanska, finished in a draw. However, also the top boarded girls under 14 section, Anna Shukhman, top seeded player, was unable to capitalize over Zara Zagorak from Croatia. And finally, Zarina Nurgaliyeva was victorious over Michelle Zhang.
Obviously, coming from the US, I should say that Rochelle Wu had a huge experience playing in the United States Women Championships, and a 3rd victory in a row after battling 9-hour jet lag. She's hailing from California. Absolutely amazing achievement, I think. So congratulations to Rochelle, and she's a big American hope in this tournament.
Absolutely indeed. Now let's check the open section. The results from yesterday. Here you see the highest seeded player in the entire tournament, Voldar Murzin, was at some point, at least according to the computer engines, lost against Zhenyong Wang from Singapore. However, draw was agreed because the position was complicated enough. Another player representing FIDE, Alexei Grebnev, was victorious over the Greek Christos Kralis. Then open section under 16, Jan Klimkovsky beat in a very beautiful game Nikola Kanov from Bulgaria. Queen sacrifice, in case the viewers you missed it. This was probably one of the most beautiful games of round 3. The young Norwegian Axel Bukvaloy managed to beat Daniel Sapenov. Also, open section under 14, Magnus Ermich held to a draw Sava Vetokin, who was pressing throughout the entire game, but it was not enough. And finally, Trangia Pokpham from Vietnam showed his superb opening preparation, and he beat Greek Vasilios Katsanis.
Obviously, the draw from Volodar Murzin came as a big surprise yesterday, and now he has to play a catch-up game, and we'll see how it goes for him.
All right, and the games are starting shortly. The players are ready. By the way, every day there is forming quite a large queue outside of the playing venue here in Monte Silvano because the security measures are really tight. There are metal detectors. You are not allowed to bring inside the playing venue no phones, no watches, not even pens are allowed. Obviously, no parents, no grandparents, nobody is allowed here in the playing venue except of the players and the arbiters. So fair play principles is one of the most important measures that FIDE is trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, I mostly heard about it, but today I could experience it firsthand. Extreme, a little bit extreme security measures to my taste, but it's all justified, okay? And parents hanging out in the outside of playing hall, waiting for kids to finish their games. That's the beautiful pictures, I must say.
All right, indeed. So here we are seeing already some very nice shots on the playing venue. The top two boards from every section, they're playing on the so-called podest, I mean higher from the ground than everybody else, which also makes it a little bit more special for the leaders of every age group to climb up the stairs and play above everybody else. There's a very, very nice view. And also, by the way, the viewers, I would like to remind you that from time to time we are going to have a peek at what you're saying in the chat. There is a 15-minute delay, thus it's going to be for us a bit difficult to respond real time. However, if you want to follow some of your favorite players, I mean, please write in the chat the age group and the board you would like for us to have a look at, and we'll try to do our utmost best to honor your request and possibly check it out. And the games are starting.
Yeah, we see the handshakes and the first moves on top boards have been played. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we don't have yet a live transmission from the first two boards. We're going to come back to that in a moment. And while the players are executing the very first moves, perhaps it's a good idea check now the pairings of every age group so that we can make some sort of a prediction what we could potentially expect from this very potentially thrilling round 4.
Okay, so girls under 18, that's Yelena Hrebenshikova,
right?
Again, versus Bat Erdini Mungunzul from Mongolia on board 1. We did not see the moves that had been played. We only saw the open section. The Rochelle Wu with white. Okay, well, obviously, Yelena, who's a big rating favorite, she's a huge favorite in this game to win. And Rochelle Wu on board 2. It's the same situation against Vesna Mihalic from Croatia, I believe.
That's right. And then we have the girls under 16 section. The top two boards are Erdenbayer Hoslen from Mongolia facing Alexandra Shvedova representing FIDE. Probably Shvedova is the rating favorite in this game, although she has the black color. Second board is Leila Shokhradova from Turkmenistan facing Michelle Zhang from Germany. And there we have also the girls under 14 section. Mariam Skyladze from Georgia is playing against one of the top-seeded players in the girls section, Zarina Norgalieva. And second board, Iris Mo from United States is playing against Andrea Stankovic.
Yes, the Iris was a very nice surprise from the American team. Started 3 out of 3. It's not like nobody expected it, but anyways, has a beautiful start for American girl.
All right, and here we are seeing the pairings of the open section. The first two boards are under 18. Volodar Murzin is not there because he played a draw yesterday. However, it's Alexei Grebnev representing FIDE playing against Simon Lamaze from France. Second board is Aron Pasti from Hungary playing against Amin Ohanyan from Armenia. By the way, he was here a couple of days ago in the studio. Very nice insights from the young player. In case you missed it, check out the video archives. Jan Klinkowski, the hero of yesterday's beautiful round 3 game where he sacrificed the queen. Also the top seeded player in the open under 16 section. He is going to play against a player from Mongolia, with a very famous name.
And a lot of Mongolian players on top boards, I must say.
Indeed. So. And yeah, with a very famous name, Anand. Second board is Robert Filipposyan from Armenia playing against the young Norwegian Axel Bukhvaloi. Also, Khvaloi is going really strong. And then finally, open section under 14, where we have Tran Giapok Pham from Vietnam playing against another Norwegian, Isak Vin Pratkert. And the second board, Edgar Mambeda from Kazakhstan is facing Arun Dakshin from India.
Yes. So time to take a look at the moves that have been played on top boards, and here we go.
Yeah, we have to look at the games, but still, unfortunately, the top boards are missing. So my suggestion is that we are going to start with the camera feed what we have, and we have some extra cameras for the girls section. And that's why my suggestion is to move to the girls under 18, where we have the third board, Hong Turling Long, hope I pronounced that correctly, playing against Ksenia Balabayeva. These girls are representing Vietnam and Kazakhstan, respectively.
Yeah, I know Ksenia a little bit, and she had a couple of very resounding victories recently in Asian Championship. Like, I think she won Rapid, or she won both Rapid and Blitz, but definitely one of those tournaments. That was a huge surprise. She's number 2, I believe, in current Kazakhstan team of her age. And right now, what do we see? It's a
typical Kospet, right?
Yes.
Yeah. H3 something modern?
It's a nice move order. So white basically waiting for black to respond to see which way they're going to castle, right? Keeping both options open. So castle long and g4 would be the case after, not sure, knight f8. Possibly. Okay, but if black will start with some, I don't even know what could possibly stop.
I mean, knight f8 I think is something very typical here, or you include h6 then play knight f8.
That's true. So h3 is slightly unusual, but definitely was played extremely fast, so it's a part of preparation. And we'll see how Ksenia will react here.
Yeah, maybe also, Alexander, you could tell us something about how it is to be a coach here in the World Youth Chess Championship, because it's not a secret. You're here in coach's capacity here. You're coaching somebody. So how does it work? How does it work for the students? What is the rhythm, the preparation cycle before the game?
Well, I am a coach, obviously with American delegation, but it's not. I'm not in the capacity of official coach, because the American Federation decided not to send adult coaches to Italy this year. I mean, you can tell that's still post-COVID reaction to possible problems. So I'm private coach with 2 of slightly lower rated players in under 14 section, both girls and boys. So I can tell names, but probably won't tell you anything. But the reason why I'm coaching this to students of mine, they live in nearby. I'm living in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and they're living right across the border in Ohio, about 1 hour drive in Akron, the small city in Ohio, and that's the reason why I'm here. And I'm pretty happy. I've never been in this part of Italy, and I find it like absolutely charming and beautiful.
All right. Okay, so going through this particular game, yeah, obviously the Kospet structure is one of the most famous setups there is. White's idea usually is to delay black from playing bishop f5 as quickly as possible. So either queen c2 or e3, bishop d3. These are the typical ideas of the system here. e3, short castle, bishop d3, knight e7. White keeps the option to play knight g2 in some lines as well, and then proceed a different idea, play f3, e4. Like Alexander, you already mentioned, there's the idea to castle short, castle long, different plans for different tastes. After h3, black responded with a rather direct knight e4, and I have a question here. Doesn't it give up the material? I think it does not. We have to show this, I guess.
Right. So bishop takes e4, definitely wins a pawn. Black has to take on e4, right? So knight takes. And now it's a question, do we take on g5 first, or are we giving a check? And do we give a check with a bishop or a queen? So three options. Let's see.
Maybe this is a very dangerous spin. I also try to understand it. So obviously bishop g5, knight g5, white keeps the pawn, and there's an attack on the pawn on h7. But when wondering, is there something queen f5 related here? Probably not. No, wait, is there? I think there is queen f5.
Yeah, maybe here. Maybe that's where it is. Well, first we need to explain why king f1, why white cannot block it and then castle. The problem is that, for example, after queen d2, right?
Yeah, I can maybe put it on the board. There's some issues.
Bishop b4.
Although, by the way, it's still playable.
It's
kind of.
So maybe we should take on g5 first then. Yeah, take on g5 first.
But this is not very usual, is it? I mean, I don't think I've seen it before.
Take, and now queen a5. Right, now you cannot block because, oh no, you can.
You can block.
You can block, oh, huh. So it is a pawn sacrifice, okay.
I thought actually the black immediately wins the pawn back somehow because of this queen a5 check, and now I realize it's not really so simple. So this must be a gambit. Because the way I understand it in these positions, normally black responds with h6 immediately. The point is, after h6, bishop h4, there you have this typical move, knight e4. And now, after bishop takes on e4, for example here, black can safely capture on h4, and the pawn on h7 is not under attack. And here, after knight e4, if white takes on e7, after queen e7, the knight on e4 is enough protected by the black's pieces. But this is something else, and since she played it very quickly,
it must be a preparation. There. Yeah. After h6, by the way, white most likely will be playing bishop f4. That's why h3 was played. Yeah. So that's why Ksenia did not go for it and played knight e4 immediately. And since it's a pawn sacrifice and been played relatively quickly, we should assume that she knows what she's doing here, right? So
indeed. All right. So we already have a theoretical dispute right here after the opening, while we're waiting for the games to appear on the top board. So let's check what's happening on board number 4 in the girls under 18 section, where we have Ayan Allahverdieva playing against Roxity Matute Escobar. These players are from Azerbaijan and Venezuela.
Okay, yeah, and what we see, the typical Marat-Zibain structure was delayed knight c3, and the reason for this delay is unclear to me. But no, it really doesn't matter because nothing much changed. Okay, so there we go. d6, no, and yeah, knight c3 could be played at any moment. So we'll see. I mean, which one of the players knows this structure better?
What is your relationship towards the Marat-Zibain against Accelerated Dragon? Because I'm a huge fan of the Marat-Zibain myself.
On the black side or white?
No, from the white side.
On the white. Yeah, I teach all my students that if you can play c4 in Sicilian, you should do this. And the philosophy of Marat-Zibain, obviously, to stop black from playing d5. I don't know if I ever played this position on the black side. Tons of games on the white side I played, and I can explain this position with my eyes closed. And yeah, f3 is not such a common move, and I think white lacks a little bit of flexibility after this move, but probably she just wanted to avoid all these knight g4 lines, and in this case, it's totally justified.
Right, indeed. There have been some new games, fresh games in this line after knight takes on d4. I believe it was queen d1 and e5. e5, d6, bishop e6, and somehow black is getting a decent game.
Yeah, and playing f3 early obviously kills this line, and if that's the only line that black's playing, then she's in trouble, I guess.
That's right. Of course, I have questions here. I'm not exactly sure if it's possible here for black to play queen
d6.
I mean,
I'm looking at it right now, and so knight f5, queen takes.
Now, it must be theory. I mean, queen b2, knight g7, takes king f8, whatever happens.
And now,
whatever happens here.
Don't think we have time for bishop h6, right? Even though.
Who knows, yeah?
Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, at least I can play knight e2, king takes on g7, and then claim some compensation.
Play for compensation, yeah, which is good enough.
All right, so yeah, it's also quite difficult for black to play queen b6 if she suspects that white is playing with the opening preparation, right? I mean, I don't think I've seen this particular word with the move, so I can only assume that queen b6 must be a legal move here. So, okay, fine.
Right.
All right, then queen d2. Okay, white still delays, playing knight c3, which...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, so either she knows something that we don't, but there must be a reason for it. Okay, well.
All right. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But then again, if black cannot punish white immediately by not developing the knight on c3, probably it's a playable plan. Let me have a look at, do we have the top two boards available from every section? Yep, we have.
We do.
We have, and let's go now to the open section under 18, where Alexei Grebnev is playing against Simon Lamaze from France. Already the top 10 player fight, because Alexei is seeded number 3, an international master representing FIDE. Simon is a FIDE master from France, over 2400, and I mean, it's safe to say that starting with round 4, we are going to see more and more top-seeded level player clashes in every age group.
Yeah, so Alexei Grebnev, that's the name that doesn't ring a lot of bells for me. I know Murzin, I know Vitohin, but Grebnev kind of a new name, but like obviously 2500 at this age doesn't come out of the blue, so must be extremely strong player. And what we see is a pretty topical Nimzo.
Yeah, maybe we can check from the start how it happened. Yeah.
Yeah, e3, and absolutely classical beginning. Takes on c4. Right.
So it's a very interesting dispute. I mean, I love these disputes in opening theory, Alexander, because black has a minor lead in development. Seemingly, white has a bad bishop on c1, but white is saying, in the long run, I'll have the center, I'll have the Oxford bishop, and after I play something like bishop b2 and c4, you're going to have a hard time to counter my strong Oxford bishop.
Yes, this position I actually played on both sides, and I still cannot set my preferences of who I'd rather play it for. Both sides have their trumps here, and technically, yes, if at the good moment white will be able to go c4 and then extend this bishop even after pawn sacrifice on d5, he will have a great chances. So black needs quickly to get the knight on c6, rook on d8, and pawn on e5 to stop this plan. We'll see if how he succeed in doing that. So,
all right. So still an opening discussion here. By the way, I have a question. Can black here play something like bishop a6 and try to kill off white's so-called two-bishop advantage?
Yes, he will be. That's one of the moves, and I believe the reason why white played bishop b2 instead of castle short, that maybe, just maybe, he wants to go c4. Yes.
Aha. So Here, this could be an option, yeah? C
Right,
takes.
takes, and here already, like,
Not sure with what.
with what exactly? Might even queen and then queen h4. I mean, the bishop will be be kind of strong. Yes, the pawn structure is damaged and compromised right now, but look at this bishop on b2, and I don't know if it's a part of prep. So I guess this is what Simon is considering right now, whether this position is whether it's worth to go bishop a6, because it's definitely not part of a usual plan. The bishop goes to b7, a normal setup.
All right. So while here the Frenchman is thinking, let's check the second board where he's playing Aron Pasti from Hungary against Emin Ohanyan. Emin here was, I think I already mentioned this a couple of days ago. I believe it was after round 2. Keti interviewed him. It was very interesting to hear his insights. Very intelligent young man, and basically every single detail he said was very educational. So once again, the viewers, if you missed it, check it out. Here, what do we have here? Some sort of early French, I guess, with d takes on e4?
Yeah, it's a trademark of Armenian chess school, the French defense, and especially exchange line on e4. So there's nothing new here. I mean, we can see where it comes from. So, so far, like, nothing especially new is being played. Okay.
I imagine that the white doesn't want to give up the bishop for free, so I would think something like knight takes on f6 or bishop h4 and then knight f6.
Taking on f6 and bishop e3, I believe, is one of the that's the way to stop c5 if white wants to, right? So bishop bishop h4, I guess. No, not g5. No, probably,
no.
Probably bishop e7. Yeah, no, g5 here is unjustified.
No, I mean, I know that sometimes in these positions there's g5, knight f6, knight f6, bishop g3, and try to hunt down this bishop.
Oh, to go after the bishop. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but there could be some issues. Yeah, so probably not here. Yeah, probably not here. All right, you're right. Of course. I mean, bishop e7 probably is more sensible.
Yeah, bishop e7, and no, black position is slightly cramped, but safe. And well, I guess that's a strategy for Emin in this game. So kind of handle early initiative from Aron, and then we'll see how it goes.
And here we are seeing the player with white. He is feeling slightly relaxed and choosing what to do. So after h6, what's he doing there?
Didn't he play bishop h4 already?
No, I think it's my analysis. I don't see on the board.
Oh.
No, he has already made a move. He has already made a move, apparently. And the bishop stands on h4. You're right. Yeah, you're right. He did play bishop h4.
No.
So black here is choosing?
Yeah, you see he's thinking, because that's not the usual way the white answering this. So trying to remember something, but there's nothing to remember. The bishop h4 is not the move. No.
All right. So here, while Emin is thinking about his choices, let's move on to the open section under 16, where the top seeded player, Jan Klimkowski from Poland, is playing against Batsuk Anand, a player with a very famous name. Anand is from Mongolia. Again, some Nimzo.
Yeah, the Nimzo and the line that achieved unbelievable status lately on top level is a very unambitious line with bishop d2, which is one of the top lines right now against the Nimzo, and white simply delays kingside development in order to get the rook on c1 and force black to make a decision about bishop on b4, whether he wants to give it up on c3, or maybe play d5 and then get it back with like to e7 or d6.
So this has nothing to do with the fear of doubling the pawns, right? This is a larger plan.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the it's not a defense against bishop takes c3, that's for sure. And black needs to make a decision whether he wants, for example, c6 is possible, I guess, and then a3, bishop a5, and bishop c7. That's one of the possibilities. Also, yeah, I think if, but now white can go b4 and c5, just grab the space and try to play for, however, e5.
Yeah,
right?
there's still e5.
a5 takes, followed by bishop e2. Huh?
I think black is fine here, no?
Should be, yeah, no. b4 and c5, yeah, white should not close the game like this.
Yeah, but I imagine there's multiple choices for black here to play. By the way, a move has been played. It is, no, it's not c6. What is the move here?
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Rook e8 is played.
Play. Probably prepares for bishop to return back to f8, and like after that, black can follow by c5 or
But this is quite amazing, right, Alexander, because I know this idea from all kinds of Nimzods. For example, after c4, e6, where was this line? Knight c3, bishop b4. There's also quite a famous line e3 here, knight g to e2, right? So white wants to recapture the knight, and black plays rook e8 with some d5, e5 ideas, then retreats, bishop f8, and he says your knight on e2 is so bad, and then moves like e5, d5. Black suddenly gets a very interesting game. It's quite paradoxical. So black spends 2 tempi,
right,
and still gets a very good position.
Still, right, exactly. So, no, however, I must say that I play this position for black is not that simple. So, it's objectively this line is in white's favor.
All right.
So,
yeah, so, okay, not c6, but rook e8. Yeah, definitely some similar ideas might appear here after a3. Now I think, at least strategically wise, bishop c3 makes no sense, because why would you play rook e8? So bishop f8 probably is going to happen. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that also quite an important note here is that black is waiting for white to move the bishop first, because a very common theme in these Queen's Gambit decline structures is that if white plays bishop e2 or bishop d3, this is usually a good moment for black to take on c4, force white to lose a tempi, and then with something like c5 try to rip apart the center. Hence, both players are a bit, hesitant.
Yeah. So the board that we've seen, that are the players, right? This is Jan.
This is Jan Klimkowski.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
do we want to move on?
Yeah.
All right. So this was the board number 1, open section under 16. Then the second board is Robert Pilipostyan playing for Team Armenia against Kvaloy, the young Norwegian. Actually, he resembles slightly Carlsen. It looks like a bit like Carlsen, and obviously both of them are from Norway. Very young talent, playing some brilliant chess. First time I think I saw him during this year when he was playing in Riga Technical University Open. So yeah, that's a player to watch out.
And that's him, right?
That's him.
And it's a black to move too. So white played h3 4 moves ago, by the way. Okay, and bishop still on g4, and we know why. So
all right. So this is the Neo Steinitz, is it? Yeah, not very popular line.
Yeah, but it's always been one of the secret weapons of Shukhman Mamedyarov. Okay, he was a huge specialist in this one, and c3, bishop bishop g4.
Okay,
let's see what happened here. h3, h5. Okay, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, maybe we have to show why h takes on g4 is a risky deal, because black sacrifice a piece usually for a pretty good reason, and you can't play knight h2 because queen h4, suddenly it's simply impossible to defend against black's threats. This idea to use the open h file, it's a very common theme in many openings, many Ra Lopez's, so that's why both of the players for the moment ignore the bishop here. d4, white tries to challenge the bishop. By the way, I think h takes on g4 already is a threat.
It's now a threat, exactly. Yeah, and queen f6 stops it, because now we have queen h6, right?
And although white can sort of
knight
keep
h3 and queen
something
h5 or h4 or whatever.
Yeah. All right.
Well, black gets the piece back with some benefits, I guess. So, and knight bd2, it's all been played relatively quickly, because if you don't know the move knight bd2, you would spend a lot of time to come up with it, because yeah, white has so many different options here. Okay, and looks like it all came as a surprise for Axelbu.
Is knight e2... I think it's kind of a very common move here. Maybe he's not entirely sure about some of the earlier choices that white did, because your preparation only takes you as far as you checked it. Yeah, we don't know the backstory, because usually the players, they spend a great deal of time to prepare for certain lines. They try to predict before the game where it's gonna take them. Not necessarily the young Norwegian was expecting that Robert Pilipasyan is gonna play exactly this line. Perhaps he already tried to divert it with his Neo Steinitz. Yeah, move 9, and already a deep think.
So if black takes on d4, is e5 the idea, right? If I understand correctly. So it's e5, and if you take it now, we take on g4.
Oh.
Knight takes e5.
The game suddenly becomes very tactical.
Oh, maybe knight e4 first.
What do you want to play? Which move?
I want to play
knight e5.
Knight e5,
of course.
Queen h4, and just... Oh no, queen h4. I don't have rook e1. Okay.
Yeah,
no,
you don't.
You're right. No, knight e4 is the move. Okay.
All right, and then whatever, queen f5 or queen g6.
Queen f5 or queen g6. Now we take on e5. No,
and still queen h5.
All right. Well, not that simple. Okay. Well, then what's the deal if black takes?
Okay, let's check this out once again. No. It seems to be very principled, but I know it's very scary, especially if your opponent played it quickly. You must assume you're not playing against your opponent, you're playing against the computer's preparation.
Yeah, I can imagine what young Norwegian feels right now, that he probably tries to calculate those lines. And
oh, sorry, yeah. I think it was h takes first, yeah. H takes. All right. Knight e4, queen g6, knight g5, knight e5, queen h5. It's super obvious. I mean, if you don't know this.
No, this check. Oh, maybe
okay.
4. Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. We use slightly some help here from an engine, but yeah, somehow white is keeping the upper hand here. f4, by the way, makes perfect sense, of course, because there's no g3 ideas, there's no mate ideas. G takes is knight f3. So this idea, at least according to the engine, let me check very quickly so that we are not guessing here. Yeah, indeed, that's the idea. That is the idea. So e takes on d4. Actually, the mighty beast says you can even play rook e1. And it's like a huge, gigantic advantage. And now h takes on g4 is a threat, and a bishop f3, knight f3. Okay, now that I look at this, it looks perfectly logical.
Obvious, yeah. No, we'll see if... so Magnus is known for his very good sense of danger, and let's see if a young Norwegian will demonstrate like the same skills. So,
I mean, but he doesn't really have to take it. Of course, e takes on d4 is very tempting. One of the most, I was looking the typical knight e7, knight g6.
But wasn't knight e7 already on the board? Or it was suggested?
Let me check it. Yeah, I think it
is. There's no knight on g8, right?
Yeah, the knight already is played on e7 and also white.
Yeah,
Also, white has played seemingly rook e1. Okay, this is already on the board.
Uh-huh.
All right, and again the question. No, I'm not really sure if white is... Yeah, white is probably not yet threatening with h takes on g4. And right now, Qualoy is choosing between this more aggressive g5 idea, maybe knight g6. But then again, if you play knight g6, you need to make sure that white cannot continue with h takes on g4 at some point because your queen loses some squares to use the h file.
Yeah, also we can play knight h2 and the other knight on f1 now, because that's why.
Oh, that's a very fair point. So we have to show this. For example, knight g6. Can you sacrifice this piece? H takes, here, queen h4 seems black wins. No.
No, it's
not quite.
Yeah, it seems like white is fine here.
All right, so perhaps after this rook e1, black already has to react with something. Bishop takes on f3 would feel like a concession to me. Maybe go
Bishop
back somewhere.
d7, but then takes knight c4, bishop g5. A lot of tempo is on a... Yeah, maybe not very comfortable. That's why. That's why Axel takes time right now. Yeah,
by the way, I switched on the engine. The engine doesn't like the Norwegian position, not one bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So already plus.
Apparently, already here there was some mistake by black, and the knight e7 appears to be a mistake. If we can trust the Silicon Beast, then instead g5 is the move. So let me just put it on the board.
So only g5 was keeping black position.
G5 here, and rook e1 now is not a very good move because you play bishop e6 with the idea to play g4. But it's very complicated. I mean, knight e7, it's such a typical move for these positions. But then again, after knight e7, rook e1, suddenly you have no time for g5, bishop f3. I mean, I'll just put it on the board, and visually you just sense something is not right with black's position. There's no attack, and you have weaknesses that the queens have for no reason. You're underdeveloped.
Yeah, still, it's amazing to see how these young players demonstrating such a deep understanding of seemingly real line in real Lopez.
All right, maybe about here, Qualoy realizes something is not quite right, and that's why he's trying to figure out. Let's check the open section under 14, where we have one of the top seeded players, Tran Giapuk Pham from Vietnam, playing against where is he? Isak Vind Bratkjerd from Norway.
Okay, well, I wonder how this position happened. Yeah. So.
Must be some Karakan at one. No Karakan.
London.
Okay. It's quite interesting, right? We're thinking it's a Karakan. I'm thinking it's a Karakan. No, actually, it's a London.
Okay. Takes c6.
c3, bishop f5, knight d5. All right. I mean, ever since Magnus Carlsen started to play the London, I mean, not only him. We had this argument the other day that before Magnus played it, it was Antonetta Stefanova who was playing it before at a very high level. But still, I mean, I think that Magnus often is regarded as one of the first pioneers to the highest level who brought it at a regular practice. And something we would call it back in the day, not as a very serious opening, just, I mean, even... I think it was in a friendly language we would call it as a pig.
Yeah, well, don't forget Garakamsky, who used it as a huge weapon, like long before these two players, long before Antoinetta and Magnus. In his hands, it was a very, very powerful weapon too.
All right, so it used to have not a very great reputation, and Peekaboo jokingly played something like 20 years ago, but now obviously things are moving on, and now London has become a super popular opening, especially at the club level. And now it transposes to some sort of exchange Karakan, because you can get this position also in one of the Karakan structures.
Yeah. It's pretty weird, and after 95, this decision to capture on e5, I can only describe it as a very, very brave from Norwegian. No, it's a Danish?
Norwegian.
Norwegian too, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking on e5 and without like really knowing that this is okay. I mean,
But maybe he knows.
but what's the next move? I mean, I'm trying to win the knight, right? And if you play e6, well, then that diagonal becomes pretty weak. After knight d4, queen a4, and bishop b5 will be a problem, right?
Oh, we have to show it on the board. That's really nice.
Yeah, well, so
you can't take it. The rook is pinned. And I assume you can't really play b5 because this is an invitation for something bad to happen. Again, let's show it on the board. Bishop b5, king e7, and queen b4. I think it's just
that's
curtains.
it. Mm-hmm.
Curtains. So, wow, then it's indeed very risky choice. I mean, knight e5 is a very common move in the exchange Karakan because white is dreaming to get a setup. Very often, actually, he doesn't really have to do anything with this early check because white wants to position the knight either through f3 or b3 to d4, and as we know, centralizing the minor pieces in the center usually lead to very good things. And we can only assume that he missed from afar knight b3 and...
Yeah, maybe he underestimated knight b3.
But e6 is on the board, yeah.
He played e6?
Yeah, it's on the board. Maybe it's not so bad because after knight e4...
He has to move the bishop.
Yeah,
right?
bishop c5.
Bishop c5, okay.
Could be still playable.
If you're not losing the knight somehow, right?
Of course, we still want to check, yeah? Where do you go? Oh wait, actually it is losing.
So maybe bishop should go to e7 to be safe.
Okay. Yeah, but that's clearly a concession, right? So white can still give you a check or even play knight takes on f5 and black is absolutely worse.
That's right, yes.
Damaged pawn structure, 2 bishops, a weak pawn on d5. It's safe to say that white here has a solid advantage. If not, there's some. Maybe there's even f3 anyway first. Who knows?
f3, yes. Take on bishop e2. Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
Okay. So one of the tournament favorites here from Vietnam is doing really well, and apparently Isak has made two brave choice in the opening phase. Let's check the second board here, where we have Edgar Mamedov from Kazakhstan, who's facing Arun Dakshin from India. Looks like some King's Indian defense.
It's some kind of a theory, if I remember something. Yeah, I've seen it somewhere before.
Yeah, this is quite a popular line.
Mm-hmm. Taking on c5.
I do believe, though, that d5 is very principal very often. I mean, whenever you have a chance, but of course it's...
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Then so bishop f4.
White is trying to play knight e5 and open the 2 bishops. So it's a very practical plan, and black tries to copy-paste white's plan. There you go.
I think it's all, it's all correct. There we go. And queen e1, yes. Mm-hmm. So interesting options. The black having right now, there's knight h5.
But black played knight e8.
He played knight e8, okay. So
and now there's a threat g5.
g5 is a threat, but rook d1, where would queen go? b6 most likely, right? Okay.
Well, visually, I have no idea what Arun is doing here because, I mean, just the first impression we have here. White has done nothing wrong.
Absolutely, yeah.
The black knights are on a5, the knights on the rim are dim, and the knight on e8 is pretty bad.
Rooks are disconnected, yeah.
Can't be good.
Doesn't look good a single bit here. But so also after rook d1, is it knight d6 probably, right? That's what he has in mind.
Yeah, but even that position,
after knight b5, and it's just, then queen can move to b6. Okay, well, not
but okay, maybe this g5 threat somehow keeps black alive, and if white responds something slower, try to deal with this. then maybe black gets a satisfactory game, but somehow I doubt it. I mean, even h4 could be a great move to stop g5, and white's pieces are simply better position. There could be also knight e5 somehow, and then after g5 have a tactical solution. Yeah, so something is not right with
g5
black.
after knight d5, g5 is not a move, right? I'll just take it.
Yeah, knight g5, g5, bishop g5, there's something here, and then after f6, again, let's use your imagination. I mean, you are actually very good at these positions, because I know that you love these crazy unbalanced positions.
Yeah, but still, if it works for black, then suddenly, well, it's something that Edgar has to decide if it's worth going this route, knight f4, right?
Can I play a legendary game here? I mean, I'll just showcase.
Bishop d5.
yes, I just have to show this. Yeah, I mean, show off. I mean, there's no mate.
It's not a mate. Queen.
Oh, I thought it's a mate. Okay, maybe not like this.
Yeah, but even this position after knight f8, bishop f4, it might be like...
So there's a lot of imagination possible from the players, and even if engines perhaps support white here, it doesn't mean that black is essentially done. But yeah, I mean, it looks really weird, but it's white. It's Edgar Mamedov who has to prove. And I'm pretty sure that he's also out of the opening theory. Let's move to the girls section now. Girls under 18, where we have Yelizaveta Khrebenchikova representing Ukraine. She is playing against Batardene Mongonzul from Mongolia. Things are still quiet because it's only move 5, and the players apparently are already out of the book.
Yes, I think black position is really nice. She managed to play bishop g7, knight d7, e5 against not... Okay, so white setup was not aggressive from the get-go. So d4, d6, really nice. Yeah, this is... I would play this every day with black. I mean,
so I can only assume, Alexander, here that after c4, e5, e3, white wanted to just to get out of the theory. Yeah?
It's a Sicilian, right? With a tempo up, and like black should be fine. So g6.
G6 probably didn't really fit her opening preparation, really. I mean, something you don't really expect here. I mean, there's so many moves you have to prepare, not g6.
Right, knight c3, and d6, and knight d7. Yeah, perfectly fine for black. And now the g8 knight doesn't have to go to f6 anymore, so e7 or even h6 really deserved attention, so that we can go f5 later on quickly. I actually like it most. Knight goes to h6, and then after f5, knight can go back to f7 and participate in like all kinds of setups for black. And so, all right, well, so Mongolian player shouldn't have any problems in the opening, but I guess that was Yelizaveta's opening strategy anyways. She didn't play for opening advantage, chosen like playing e3 and move 2, so we'll see how it goes.
That's right. So yeah, I mean, maybe white can continue something like bishop e2, short castle, and see what happens. Perhaps she's thinking about clarifying situation in the center and take on e5. I don't really like it. Either way, now that Yelizaveta here is choosing how to continue, quite a long thought, to be honest, because already 1 hour and 5 after move 5. I think this might eventually move to a time scramble. Let's check how Rochelle Wu is doing against Vesna Michelic. So, yeah, we talked a bit about Rochelle's performance earlier in the very beginning of the broadcast. She's from United States. I assume you know her very well.
Yes, she's just like one of the great talents on a girl's side. And in the United States, she was being a force in the United States Women Championship, and for already, I know, about at least 3 years now. Okay, and So it's actually a big problem for children from the United States to come to play in Europe during this time. So it's the most demanding time at school right now because the semester will be over in early December. And now it's like a critical day. So to miss 2 weeks from not many people can do that. And this is why American contingents here are like only 27 people instead of normal like 60, 70. And of course COVID played a role, but the fact that it's end of November, okay, and it's very tough at school. It's another very, very serious issue here. So the fact that Rochelle is here, it's already telling us a lot that she's very serious about chess, and that she's trying to do to go as far as possible before she goes to college, and she's doing great so far, and we'll see a very promising position for her. Here, was it another
Carlsbad, yeah?
Carlsbad?
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it was a Carlsbad with this knight g to e2. Yeah.
Again, h6. That's yeah, h6 been played. Not your
Where is this?
move.
Here. The
Yeah.
Nikhil Sarin version, is this?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah, because Nikhil Sarin, one of the Indian young talents, he has brought this to practice recently with great results. It's so weird, it's so strange, but I guess his logic is that if you can play a6 in the Yanovsky, then h6 also must be fine. I mean, you're stopping bishop g5.
Exactly. So, in a way, yeah, h6 makes even more sense than a6, and a6 is a great line, as far as I'm concerned. It's so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the common response in the Yanovsky after a6, white normally responds with c takes on d5 and try to say, listen, your a6 is a waste of time. Then I guess the idea after h6 is very similar.
Same, yeah,
you want
exactly.
to sort
Take
of punish.
and going bishop f4.
All right, bishop f5, bishop d3, takes. Yeah, seems that black is completely fine here, and that's why Rochelle puts the knight not on f3, because usually the common idea in the Carlsbad is try to cast a short, play rook b1, b4, b5, create weakness, but all of the bishops already have left the board, so that's why he or she goes for f3, e4, and try to take the center.
Right, here it's probably the only plan, because bishops are gone, and if white tries to go with b4 and the pawn minority attack, the black knight quickly will go to b6, c4, and stop it all. But now, black has
the big question is c5 working somewhere or not? That's what I'm really curious.
If it works immediately, then yes, but so we
probably
cannot,
not. Yeah.
Can we go e5? So
I think
takes.
so. Yeah. I sort of wanted to prove my point that this is impossible, but then I started to calculate the material. No, it's actually very much possible.
So,
although it still might be not very clear.
It's absolutely not clear.
So the point of the c5, I mean, it's a very common move for these structures, because if it forces white to play d5, this immediately hands over the e5 square on the platter for black. So I'm talking about like knight e5, a6, b5, create a pawn majority at the queen side, maybe even this knight could go to e5, a beautiful blockade. And if white doesn't react with this and does something else, then black just snaps the pawn on e4, creates for white an isolated pawn on e4, again with a great outpost. So that's why, once again, it really matters if e5 is possible, and I think it is.
Yeah, okay. So d5 also makes sense because, yeah, it's black achieved a great blockade on the dark squares, but then knight can try to go to f5, and those pawns not only using as a shield for white's attacking pieces, but also giving them the space advantage. So black will have to play g6, but that weakens the king side a little bit. So both moves making sense, and I guess something black played something and it's not c5. I don't see pawn on c5 on the board.
I don't have an update yet what she played. Yeah, the pawn indeed is not on c5. Perhaps we can zoom in a bit.
But something is on a6, right? Is it queen e6? That's what
by the way, it makes sense. Yeah, queen e6 looks perfectly normal. And it also enables a knight c5 threat, by the way. Hitting the queen, the pawn on e4 is under attack. Looks perfectly normal move.
If white goes knight f4, what's the idea?
That I don't know. Yeah, knight f4 asks a lot of big questions, by the way. I'm not really sure. Yeah, but what do you do after knight f4? It's quite surprising. Surprisingly strong move, and I think that Rochelle here is looking at this knight f4. Wait a second, I can just play knight f4 here. So, what's your idea? Is there some tactics here?
Yeah, if it's queen e7, then why you played queen e6 in the first place? Maybe it's queen g4, but then queen will have to keep moving after h3, queen g5. And now, oh yeah, I cannot play e5 yet, right? But I probably can play it on the next move, so...
Yeah, but something is not right with this queen e6. I totally like the idea that it enables some threats like knight c5 or c5, but immediately jumping under knight f4. Not sure. But then again, I mean, Alexander here after queen e7, white could have continued with knight g3, and perhaps this is the reason why Vesna decided, look, I don't want to put my queen on e7 because it initiates other problems. Queen e6, however, has to deal with knight f4. We don't know what's going to happen after knight f4, so let's use this also as an opportunity to select another age group and go to the girls under 16 section, where we have the top board, Erden Demeyer, Kuslan from Mongolia playing against Alexandra Shvedova, representing FIDE.
And again, we see a theoretical dispute in f3 Nimzo line, where okay, I'm supposed to be familiar with this position, but I still cannot. Well, exactly.
Cannot recall, yeah?
Yeah, the move order looks a little weird. The knight on f4 and bishop. Oh, so maybe the last move was bishop a6. Okay.
This is main theory?
Yeah, this is so far so good. And knight f4, one of the moves, and black's not normally trying to hold this pawn on c4.
a6.
Yeah.
It's not like white really cares about this pawn here.
No, not at all. Yeah. So I guess bishop e2, and then what, e5?
So one of the main ideas, main concept of the Nimzo is that white often ignores whatever happens on the queen side. For example, let's say bishop e2. For example, black decides to close the center, e5, I'm not sure, knight h3, d6, and I'm even going to allow you to play knight e7, knight b6 and hold this pawn. And then white has free hands to do whatever she wants at a king side. Usually it involves some kind of aggressive pawn push.
Okay. Yeah, but this position looks fine for black to me. So maybe bishop e2 is a little bit too lazy here. White has other options like e5 looks interesting, and maybe even no d6.
I guess I have to take, right? I mean, knight e8 is too much here.
Right, takes queen, knight c6, and no, white is way behind in development, so that
looks a bit dangerous. So not e5.
And then black's
bishop d2 maybe.
Black's doing great.
Bishop d2. Again, perhaps the same idea of... I mean, maybe even take on d5. Whatever is this. By the way, take on d5 makes a lot of sense to enable knight c6, knight e4. Should white take on d5 with the knight?
Right. But I probably should take with a pawn then and try to quickly castle d6. Oh, but your knight can get to d3 in the really fast, yes.
All right, so maybe bishop a6 is part of a deeper plan. Not as bad as it looks.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty good.
Looks pretty interesting. Let's check the second board. Leila Shokradova is playing against Michelle Zhang. These are the players from Turkmenistan and Germany, respectively.
Germany. So then she should be Truns.
Truns.
Okay,
Okay.
yes, super. So, no, yeah, we're gonna see a long positional battle here. So very strategic position.
Just very quickly go through the opening section, opening phase of the game.
The one you normally find in in the books, like how to long-term positional plans and everything. So,
Whoa, queen
oh,
e3.
queen e3.
This is, I mean, I know this idea here. I mean, this idea, as far as I know, exists usually with h3 included. C takes, there's this idea of queen b3. It sometimes derives from the reti, queen e3, and then, okay, I already am committed to bishop d6. Now there's this idea sometimes of knight h4, knight f5, maybe try to capture the bishop with f4, f5, g4, you know, make black's life miserable. But I mean, playing immediately queen b3, this is something I haven't really
without a check, yeah.
Without a check.
I never seen it before.
Okay, but it threatens c5. And
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
something really original, at least. I'm not sure if black really had to respond with bishop takes on f3. D takes on c4 allows
then
play
95 and bishop on g4 might be misplaced.
It's a very interesting idea.
Uh-huh.
All right, so it could be part of the preparation of Leila here. We don't know that, probably. You just don't play these moves over the board just like that. And also, a lot of teams here have highly regarded experts, a lot of grandmasters. I also saw several grandmasters like Alexander Moisenko, he's coaching team Kazakhstan.
Yannick Pelletier from Switzerland.
Yeah, so there was also Christian
Michael
Bauer.
Christian Bauer for France.
I think he was Switzerland,
Oh,
actually.
Switzerland too.
He was, I'm not sure why, but yeah, Pelletier.
I know Michael Prusikin for Germany.
Yeah.
Here's
So a lot of experts here are allowing the kids to prepare for the games, and here we have b6 on the board. Not sure I like this move visually. I was more expecting something like e5, keep the pawn structure intact. But okay, b6, why not? Black tries to do something at the queen side. It does create a potential weakness on c6. Let's check also the girls under 14 section, the top two boards, where we have, just a sec, let me pull up the pairings. Mariam Skaladze from Georgia, she's playing against one of the high-seeded players in the group, Zarina Nurgalieva from Kazakhstan.
that looks the most romantic of all the positions today. But what was the opening again? Like
Scotch? Some
Scotch
sort of
and
Scotch,
bishop-
no?
Right, yeah, so bishop b4 check and bishop c5. Oh yeah, I think I even know this position.
Knight f3. I'm not sure I've... But usually you're
That's
supposed to
something.
start with bishop c5, right? Queen f6 is something we usually teach for our students. Don't do that. The knight is supposed to stand there. I mean, the Scotch opening is one of the rare exceptions where black plays queen f6, and actually it's a pretty effective move here.
Yes. Okay, so knight f3, probably so far the novelty of the tournament. Okay.
Yeah.
If that's for real, okay.
All right. I don't
Definitely
think I've seen this position before. And black plays bishop b4 check to force black to include white to include c3, which feels like a good move. But then again, it also takes away white a c3 square to potentially position the knight on d5. Now black says, there you go, have your tempi, but now at least the knight is not heading to c3. And now bishop g5, queen g6.
I already like it for white. Wow, and the castle. It's a fantastic position. Like.
All right, and f6 is on the board.
All right, so if pawn on e4 is not hanging, then black is in trouble. That would be a big question if, yeah, so.
But looks very scary to take it, right? I mean, even something like bishop e3,
Bishop
queen
e3,
e4, knight e2,
Knight d2.
knight c4.
Oh,
No,
No, this is knight e5, right?
What?
95 and 95 and knight bishop h5. No, instead of last move. Yeah, after queen g6. No.
Yeah.
After queen g6, 95.
Oh, 95. You picked up this idea of I was looking already here after f6. I was looking for a way to get the bishop on h5. That's really nice. Yeah. 95, very sharp.
So it's danger. Maybe black can go queen f5 still, but it definitely looks super dangerous.
Yeah. Even if white is still down a pawn, there's amazing initiative. Black is completely underdeveloped, so it's safe to assume that the pawn cannot be taken. All right, and now let's check the second board in the girls under 14 section, where we have Iris move from United States playing against Andrea Stankovic, Serbia.
All right, and the last move was bishop c7. White is trying to fight for a d file, but isn't pawn on c2 hanging somehow? I don't.
It definitely is.
So if
So
white,
it's a sacrifice, actually.
black just, yeah. So black just takes and goes knight takes c2. What does white have for a pawn?
The d file.
D file, but rook d7,
King f8,
yeah.
Yeah, seems pretty safe.
And the black two bishops looks, look, yeah, two bishops can quickly become a force here if white is not careful, but maybe it's enough initiative to equalize, maybe bishop d6. Nah.
Yeah, I also didn't believe
c4.
it.
Yeah, bishop c4, but b3, king, no. King e7, the rook is in danger. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, this bishop c7 feels very artificial move. It's not like white had a great position. I mean, black already has a healthy position, two bishops. One bishop on a6 is controlling longer diagonal problems to protect the pawn on c2, and maybe this was the reason why Iris decided to try to change the course of the game, sacrifice the pawn, go for the initiative, but apparently it seems the black can just take the pawn.
Yeah, can we see what opening it was?
Sure. The French, bishop d3.
Okay.
I think bishop d3, Alexander, this is something you play as a surprise weapon. I mean, you play it only when you're absolutely sure, when your opponent doesn't really know what to respond. There was this moment a couple of years ago when it was quite a thing.
Yeah, it became popular a little bit more than maybe 5 years
Maybe
ago.
more,
yeah, and I've seen it a couple of times on the black side. I couldn't understand what white is playing for, frankly.
This is very direct. Yeah, bishop e3. I think there were these ideas. Where was this? I'll try to remember. Bishop e3, knight d5 was the mistake, as far as I remember. Try to hit the pawn because somehow white would sacrifice this pawn on g2, play knight c3, queen g2, rook g1, play d takes on c5, and somehow it's really great for white. That's all I remember about this. That's all I remember. Maybe not exactly in this order, but black says, okay, fine. I mean, just going to take on d4. Castle short. Black has done nothing wrong. Oh, that is very responsible.
Maybe this one's a little bit.
No, it can't be right. Even e5 is a move here.
It's wrong,
Yeah, so black is simply better. Knight e5, something went wrong for Iris here, and this is how we got here. Black has two bishops.
And knight b4.
This is what
got. So she realized that defending pawn on c2 will get her nowhere, right? So.
And also look at the clock, 43 minutes. It means that white is not really enjoying the position. Andrea, in the meantime, has 1 hour and 27. She is
barely spent any time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Almost
she feels very comfortable. So white is in trouble in this game. Yeah.
All right, now that we have observed the first two boards in all of the open and girls section under 14, 16, and 18, we are going to make a short break, and Keti Tsatsalashvili, our main host, will be back shortly. This was Alexander Shabalov. Alexander, it was an absolute pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you so much, and welcome Keti here in the studio after the break.
Yeah, see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023 in Montesilvano, Italy. I'm Keti. This is Arturs, and we are having here round 4. We have already seen the first segment, the opening in every category. Now it's time to take a look at the other games too. We do have more than 700 participants from 80 FIDE countries. Arturs, what is our call now? What we're gonna see first thing now?
Right, so welcome back, Keti. I think that we could go back once again to the open section under 18 because obviously there's a lot more action starting from board number 3, and this is what we are going to start with. So my suggestion is that we go to the board number 3, where is Sad Abobaker Elmi from Norway. He's playing against Aldiyar Ansak from Kazakhstan. Both of the players have a perfect score right now. Actually, speaking about the leaders in the section under 18, in total there are 7 leaders with a perfect score after round 3. Now here's this position after move 12. Visually, I like white. I'm not sure what was the opening. Just give us some insights. What was this opening? So, okay, I wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah.
So Rasalimo with knight e7, very popular these days. I mean, e6, knight g7 is one of the main continuations here for black. Rook e1, yeah, I'm not a big fan of this continuation. The main reason is knight e4. I stopped to play this myself precisely because of this, and lately I have fancied myself slightly more the d4 continuation. Also, c3 is very nice. But okay, I mean, rook e1, fine, no problem. Knight g6, c3. Okay, so white is about to take the center, and this is the moment when black played d5. Wow, h4.
H4, they say it is always good to push this pawn in the life of the intellectual or artificial intellect. They always suggest move like h4, but this is hanging. There is a bit of issue. It is hanging. But white was calling on the pawn capture as you are demonstrating right now. And he believed that to give up the side pawn is much better than to take the pawn. And the knight on c6 would also be hang. What a tricky move, h4.
Very nice. I mean, I love this, absolutely. So it seems this is not a new move. It already had been played before. h4, h5. White immediately took charge of the things at a kingside, creating targets. d4, a6, bishop d3. Now we are getting some sort of isolated queen's pawn structure where white has made some very far advancements at a kingside. h6, queen e2, c takes on d4, and I believe that this is the current position on the board, and I think that according to the spirit of the position, black most likely will have to face c takes on d4. From the white's perspective here we see the very nice camera view. This is board 3. The players are not playing on the stage, they're playing with everybody else. Slightly also easier for the other players to follow the games. Knight x on d4 maybe feels a bit safer for white because it doesn't ruin the pawn structure, but then white loses basically whatever he has to say about what's happening in the center. So I'm talking about something like e5 related, e5, f5, e4. That's why this is quite risky choice, and I would expect Keti that white responds with c takes on d4.
So it takes on d4, and to have the isolated pawn, to then open up the knight, road on c3, and wait black to castle on the short side. That is exactly what white wants here. Black to play. You have this rook already on the 4th rank. Bishop h6 is targeting the pawn. Queen e4, queen h7 is the checkmate. Knight e5 will come on the long way. So black should not castle here on the short side.
Yeah, it looks quite risky to castle. Maybe he will have to castle at some point short side. Anyway, we are going to see. Maybe you could start with something like knight e5, knight f6, but right now it is white to choose. Let's select another board and move on. Right now, the board number 4 under 18 section, where the top-seeded player Volodar Murzin, who yesterday was held to a draw, is playing against Ilan Party from India.
And if we take a look at the time situation, we can say that Black actually had very comfortable position earlier. He has not converted that much of the time from the clock. And in this position, the rating favorite Murzin might struggle a bit to get the advantage, even as all the black pieces are very well coordinated. There is an outpost for the black pieces only for the e3 pawn is a backward, and this pawn structure got at this place because there was a strong battery of queen and the bishop on b8. Artur, it is black to move. Is there a chance that black can increase the advantage somehow very fast?
That's a good question. You know, last time I saw this position, Keti, when I was going past it, about here. Yeah, right here. I think I saw it where we had a classical dispute. White has an isolated pawn on the e5 that he can potentially press, also an outpost on the e4. At the same time, black is pretty active with his development. So h3, by the way, very responsible move here by Murzin, because, I mean, here, if black is able at some point to play bishop e8 and queen d6, white might actually regret having played h3. So that's why you have to be careful when you're doing this. All right, so h3 was played, knight b5, bishop b8, knight e4. So Murzin was trying to execute a typical plan. Knight e4, and queen d6, and there you go. Very powerful response here by the Indian player. The point is, you can't play g3, which would be your typical response, because the pawn on h3 is dropping, and f4 is just an ugly move. This is something you don't want to make this in here, but because it just hands the e4 square on the platter. However, white simply didn't have any choice. Now, answering your question, Keti, what is black supposed to do? How to increase the pressure? Not sure. I'm thinking maybe a6, bishop a7, give the bishop on b8 another roll. One rook goes here, the other rook goes on c8, and then see what happens.
Sounds like a good plan here for black to increase the position, and also black has to make some more moves. It's not so clear what is... white has to make some more moves too. What's plan here for white? Not so clear, but surely not the king side attack here. g4, g5 would be suicide here for white, this kind of pawn push. White also has to somehow coordinate with the pieces and go into the end game slowly. Let's leave this game here and go to the next game. What we have here, the next...
Yeah, maybe let's select somebody randomly from the open section under 18, because there's so many boards we could follow, and also, dear viewers, this is where you can step in. Post your suggestions in the chat. If your favorite is playing on one of the top boards, on average, we have about 30 boards per every age category. So you can imagine 100 over 50 boards live in total, and we can only show you a very small portion of it. So this is where you once again can step in and post your suggestions.
I will step here. I will just give
a
random number in this section. Let's go to check out board number 8.
Oh, I like this choice, number 8, because this is a player I know, actually, Jānis Emīls Mieriņš, a Latvian player, and well, this line I know quite a bit. So, Jānis Emīls Mieriņš, he is one of our youngest talents in his age group, and hopefully in the next years he will also become one of the candidates for the national team. Right now rated 2200. I'm sure that Jānis can play even better, and he has already beaten much higher rated players before. I'm sure he's very ambitious in this tournament. But this line he played here with white, bishop b5, knight e7. It's safe to say that my journey as an author started exactly with this move, because I wrote my very first course on opening theory for modern chess, something like, what was it, 5 years ago, or maybe 6 years ago, exactly on this line, anti-Moscow, and he played... Yeah,
I need to get that course. I always have the problems.
He played exactly what I was recommending back then. Yeah, I remember this line really well. It used to be quite a big thing back then. Now the theory has moved on. Doesn't mean that this line is not playable. And the story is this. I mean, when I was writing this stuff, I remember I was advocating back then for the move e5, e5, d takes, knight e5, and then you have some ideas to attack at the king side. You ignore the pawn on a4 for the time being, and there were some very cute tricks. For example, I'm just going to show you some tidbits. For example, knight a4. The big question is, why can't you play knight a4? Such an obvious move. So white suddenly plays e5,
Yeah.
and you're like, okay, what's the big deal? I'm going to take the pawn, right? And then comes the shocker. Rook takes on e4,
Ooh.
b takes on a4, bishop a4, and what do you do?
97, 95?
97, 95, rook d1, even knight f7 ideas suddenly start appearing. It's very, very bad for black. You know, I remember this excitement when I was writing this stuff those years ago, but eventually at some point, it was the Egyptian grandmaster Amin Bassem who excellently he got his hands on the course, and he found an even better move, bishop e3 here. And that was a big new move back then when Bassem introduced this, and I even made an update to my course and included the bishop e3 thanks to his discoveries. And the idea is that taking this pawn on e4 is very risky business. And obviously, ever since the theory has moved on, I think knight e7 now is the main move. And I think the reputation is that black is quite solid, but he needs to be careful, right? And I don't remember already what was the main continuation here. I think there was also this idea of bishop c5, knight takes on c5, and I could still sacrifice the exchange. Rook a4, bishop takes on a4, king e7, the king is walking, and black says no. I put the rook on d4, play e5, and start a kingside attack. So it's not really so simple, although engine says it's about equal. But here, white played something else. Rook d1, knight e2, knight c4, and this is the position we have on the board.
That's the position we have it's on the board, and they have actually more or less equal time on the clock. One thing that is really calling the attention is that the Latvian player Yanis Marians has really good run so far. He's getting 40 rating points after round 3, so we can see how good is his tournament already. It's 11 more rounds to go, so he has a very good chance also to increase his rating here at this competition.
Let's select another age group, right?
Let's go for the next category, and this is under 16 open, and we have very interesting position with the queen on e4, bishop on d3. Look at this mess on the board.
So that's Rajat Makar from France, rated 2452, number 5 seeded, the FIDE master from France, playing against Aku Salonen from Finland. Very happy to see also Finnish just representing on the top boards. 6 players in total under 16 have the perfect scores so far, including Rajat and Aku here, that the game we are following. How did they get here, actually? I mean, at this position.
It has been very interesting opening. I see somewhere g4, g5 has happened to. Maybe very quickly we can take a look to know where we are, where we stand, how we got in here. Sicilian Nardorf, another h3 here, and g4 right away. Yeah,
it's quite trendy. This idea of g4, g5, it looks so awkward, looks so weird, and yet engines support it for whatever reason. White pushes g4, g5 very quickly to get through the knight on f6, which is a very common theme, of course, in the Sicilian Najdorf, to get access to the d5 square and sort of relieve some pressure against the pawn on e4. But of course, Keti, it comes at the expense of weakening some squares in the center. Knight e7, bishop e3, knight c6, queen e2, knight c5. All right, so black is rearranging his pieces, try to exploit the weaknesses that white has committed to. Okay, this is quite something, right? I'm not sure I would do this myself, because I think that white already has committed himself to g4, g5, and now playing b4, I think it definitely can have consequences.
It surely have, but what's the idea? Why white wanted so badly to kick this knight out? Maybe he wanted to get knight on d5 and the pawn on e4 was hanging, so he just said like, okay, I'm gonna push first the knight away and then knight e5 will come into the game.
You know, the first thing, Keti, I want to say, I don't like it, because I'm thinking long term, and in the long term, I'm thinking where I'm gonna position my king, and I just don't have an easy answer, and that's why we are seeing this weird position as the final position right now, because if you play b4, you're committed. You can't play short castle because the pawn stands on g5. You can't play long castle apparently because you have already committed to a lot of weaknesses at the queen side. I guess the French player was unhappy with the knight on c5 for whatever reason. Maybe he felt that if he castles short, long side, there could be issues with the immediate queen side attack with b4. b4, a takes, knight b4, and then he felt intimidated by this knight on c5. We will never know. So he played b4, put the knight on d5, very original play, and yeah, black immediately counter-strike in the center. That makes sense, of course. Knight e7, knight e4, long castle, queen e4, bishop d3, queen d5. By the way, did we notice black is up a pawn? This is bad for white. I don't like this.
It's a good point, actually, to count also the material, but those pawns are doubled here on this file. So how serious that attack can be for white? Can white push even more pawns?
I don't see where's this attack, to be honest, because I mean, there's not so many pieces on the board. I mean, do you play h4, h5, g6?
We have to watch out for queen a2 as well.
Sure. There's also queen a2, there's also a5. No matter how you look, I think that black's threats are more real. So I can only assume, Keti, that here the Frenchman at some point realized that his very inspired game has gone wrong. And maybe it was the Finnish player who responded with this very powerful move, knight e4, which, you know, opened the Frenchman's eyes that his inspired game is leading nowhere, because perhaps he thought that black doesn't have access to knight e4. He's going to play the next move c3. He's going to play h4. He's going to play, I don't know what, bishop h3, etc. Looks interesting, right? And suddenly knight e4 has a razor sharp difference, makes razor sharp differences in the position. And here, of course, I think that when white went for this position, he probably was not planning to play knight x on e7. But here, the pawn on g5 is dropping. Yeah. It's not clear where you castle, so he had to make adjustments.
Yeah. After spending some more time here and to see all these serious threats that white is dealing right now, queen a2, a5 are the major threats here. Bishop f5 is another move that you can also trade the bishops if you need and get the rook on c8, or rook b7 is out there too. A lot of chances here for black, and white has to find a miracle here in this position to somehow avoid all these threats.
All right. I'm also quite happy for the Finnish just to see them represented at the youth level, at a high level, and they've been having a young talent here. Definitely a player to follow. All right.
Let's switch to
board 4.
Next. Yeah,
board 4 under 16 category is Diego Macias Pinho playing against Matthias Mattenberger.
Yeah, Diego is the rating favorite in this match, and he's a FIDE master as well as Matthias. Matthias is from Switzerland, and here we have only 14 moves so far. This is almost 2 hours after starting, 1 hour and 45 minutes after the start, and they have played only 14 moves. It's really, really slow game. And black has 29 minutes here.
Yeah, and the black's position is very unpleasant, Keti, because, I mean, look at his development. The queen side, the entire queen side is sleeping, right? So how do you continue your development here? Of course, I want to play bishop g7 here. Are there no issues in the center? I don't know. You know, somehow I keep remembering this legendary sacrifice, bishop takes on f7 and knight e6 here, but probably it does not work here. Somehow I want to punish black for being underdeveloped. I'm not sure. Maybe there's even something like bishop g7, king j7, knight g5. Could be a big problem. By the way, how you deal with this? Because the pawn on f7 is under attack. A more sinister threat is knight e6 check. For example, knight f6 and bishop f7. Look at this.
Fantastic.
Rook f7, knight e6 check. Big problems. So maybe after bishop g7, you have to take with the knight, but the knight doesn't do much on g7. And you have to watch out for queen e3, queen h6, knight g5 threats with the mate threats on h7. If you can't play bishop g7, what do you do? Knight g7 is the response of the Swiss player.
Yeah, but like this idea so much to somehow press on f7 pawn even further. Is there a way we can actually just maybe play bishop to g7? If bishop takes g7, knight g5, and
The same
f7,
idea.
yeah.
But if I take with the king?
If I take with the king, I really want so much
You
to take
really
this,
want...
yes.
I know you do. Yeah, bishop f7 and knight
Yes.
e6 looks really nice, but does it work? King
King
f7.
takes, that's the...
Ooh.
And king e8 is the move here.
Ooh, wait a second. This might
Knight
be something.
e6, knight c7.
This might be something. Although there's so many moves to calculate, there's some intermezzo moves, knight b6, etc. And now this knight is hit. Knight c7 check. What is this? Ah, okay, it's just bad. That's a mate on the board. Knight e5, rook d5. Wait, maybe it actually works. Just a second. So you were saying bishop g7, yeah? Somehow visually it doesn't feel right, but I definitely like your thought process. King takes on g7 feels a safer move, and maybe bishop f7. Wow, that's a very nice idea, Keti, you have found here. So, okay, maybe black has to play bishop takes on g7, and then you play knight g5, and then black plays e6 something, or, oh wait, maybe knight e5. This is nice, yeah. He protects the f7 square, hits the bishop on c4, h6 is next. Your idea is nice, but it doesn't work. Or maybe it was my idea, and you just expanded it.
I stole it.
You stole it. You stole it from me.
To be more clear, today I have seen way too many ideas. My head is big already at this
But
point.
something like this, Keti, on a serious note, it might be there, absolutely. So white here has a lot of beautiful moves like rook d1 here, pinning black's pieces. So whatever Matthias did in the opening phase, it already feels wrong. It's not good, and he is definitely suffering. All right, can we select another board from the under 16 section before we select?
I give the number?
Yeah, just the random
11.
number. 11. 11. Who is number 11? 11. Lawrence Bormann from Austria is playing against Arjun at the Ready India. Oh, yeah, these players have 2.5 points. Let me try to find them. There you go. Some Meran structure. Yeah, I mean, Meran is a very popular system. There's a lot of theory. Yeah, there's bishop d3, d takes, b5, bishop b7, e4, e5. Yeah, usually very bright minds try to compete here and test their opening preparation.
Very sharp, yeah?
Very, very sharp. Yeah, knight g4 is a very common move, hitting the pawn on h2.
Oh, when I was a kid, this was my favorite trick here. Knight g4 with the idea of knight f3 and the checkmate on h2.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's why white responded bishop f4. No, knight f3 is no longer possible. Queen b6 hits the pawn on f2. Wow. Wow.
It's giving up the pawn on f2, but the knight on e5 is hanging. That's what...
Oh.
What black is counting
Actually,
on.
it's not super obvious, to be honest. I mean, take and... What if I just take it? What's the big deal? I don't follow. Just a second. I mean, I think I can take it now.
But knight d3 check?
Yeah, precisely. I quite don't follow. Maybe the idea that this knight is trapped.
Oh, knight is trapped.
Something like king h2, the knight here is also under attack, and then I'm gonna send the cavalry to collect this poor soul on f2. There's also b4 maybe somewhere, to dislodge the bishop, and the knight on f2 loses support. All right, maybe this was still part of the prep, or Lawrence improvised right here on the spot. Looks very interesting, by the way. Bishop takes on f2, also king h1 is a move. I'm not entirely sure, Keti, if this is an actual theory. Maybe this motif is known, in a very similar position. That's why the players thought, okay, I mean, I can try to execute also here. And this is precisely the reason why black played knight g6, bishop g3, rerouted the knight to e5, and actually this is the position we have here on the board right now.
Yeah, and in this position, it is quite obvious plan here for white. White can just move the king away and play a 4, kick the knight away, e5, get more space advantage, knight e4, so on and so on. There's also this h4, h5 on the board using the knight situation. Not so clear what is the black's plan. Usually black plays on the queen side.
Black's in trouble. I think it already feels that black is in trouble. So whatever he had to do, maybe he already had no choice, and Arjun here had to take an f2. Instead, he decided to play it safe, retreat with the knight on g6, and those ideas you mentioned, Keti, king h2, f4, h4, h5, all of them look really good. And at the meantime, I mean, look at black's counterplay, the queen side. What's he doing there? Queen on b6, bishop on b7 don't really do anything, and white's king side is going just to explode. I like this for white.
I like it as well for white, and black is struggling on the time as well. Less than 27 minutes on the clock for black, and possibly the king side attack is on the way.
Let's move on to another section, and my suggestion is go and see what's happening in the open section under 14. We are going to start with the board number 3. Rustam Rustamov from Azerbaijan is playing against Andrei Lepic, Serbia.
All right, both of them have 3 out of 3, and the rating situation is quite equal, 2200 rating plus a little bit more both players. So we can see this is quite evil match, and the end game also looks quite drawish to me.
Yeah, it's already moved 30, but literally a desert on the board because none of the pieces are there.
Yes.
Only knights. Double pawns for black. I assume that white is slightly pushing here because he has the chance to organize a pass pawn at the queen side, while black gonna do the same. Also, I can assume that white doesn't mind entering a pawn endgame. For example, if I would somehow get the knights off the board, not sure how. I mean, let's say knight b1, knight c3, the knights disappear. I'm creating a pass pawn on the queen side, and black, that's the major difference. He can't do the same. So I prefer white. Not sure this is totally equal. Maybe it is. Maybe because black keeps the knight on board.
Yeah, Arturs, but in the end game, equal not necessarily means draw, right? So they still will find here some sneaky ideas here. White's king is closer to the center, and if white manages to get some weakness on the king side, then this majority on the queen side can play its role.
Absolutely. I definitely agree. All right. So this is board number 3. Looks quite balanced. Doesn't mean it's going to finish in a draw. So let's go to the board number 4, where the ELO favorite of the tournament, Sava Vetokhin, representing FIDE, is playing against Vitus Bondo Menchos from Denmark. Sava yesterday played a very interesting game in the Sicilian Sveshnikov. He was pressing throughout most of the game. He was unable to capitalize, thus he had to concede to the first draw. Still, I'm very impressed how he plays, and I think that he still remains one of the favorites. I haven't seen Vitus Bondo in play so far. The Danish player right now is half a point behind, thus it's only understandable that Savak here is looking for a way to win the game. But wait a second, is the position actually better for white? I'm not convinced.
Yeah, black has the pair of bishop here in this position, and potentially he can start to hit the pawns, these hanging pawns, that's how we call it in chess terms. Rook to c8 to coordinate the pieces on the queen side, and something maybe to even open up a little bit the center would be in favor to black. For the white, as you are pointing out, h4, h5 can be something interesting to call for some weaknesses on the other side of the board. Otherwise, black is just having a pair of bishop.
Okay, maybe white is still somehow slightly better. Yeah, I mean, I probably have since my birth, I mean, a natural love for 2 bishops. You know, when I see 2 bishops and no weaknesses, I immediately love the side who has it. But I mean, specifically here, I agree, Keti. You pinpointed also the blocking has some weaknesses. H4,
Yeah.
H5 is a direct threat with knight e5, queen e4 threats. Maybe even white can consider ideas like c4, c5, push away the bishop from d6. So probably balanced with chances for both players. You are seeing both of them have 42, 41 minutes on the clock. This is mode 21. Quite an equal fight at the moment.
Yep, so far we also don't have much of the points on the clock. They both have the equal time, 40 minutes plus each. So this game can continue nicely. We can meanwhile change the board and just randomly check any other board.
I mean, do you want to spin a wheel? Or
Spin the wheel.
Select randomly. All right, I'm gonna select somebody from, not the top boards, just somebody, I don't know, somebody deserves some love. All right, I don't know, board number, let me see, where is it? Somebody really far. Let's say board number, I'm not sure which board is this, Inyat Bolat against Brian Zhang. That is the board number. I can't find it in the pairings. 31. Kazakhstan versus Canada. All right. So these players have 2 points out of 3. Not among the leaders. Still, doesn't mean it can't be exciting. All right. What do we have here?
A lot of pawns. None of the pawns have been traded so far. And we do have here the opposite side castle, which is so promising for us to have fun and to enjoy the moment. I see this h6 pawn creates a threat like the queen h4, queen to f6 and then checkmate, but black has its own ideas here on the queen side, and black can also open up the c file. I would say this is double-edged position. This is a game for everyone.
Yeah. I agree. Also, this pawn on h6, right? It does create some weaknesses. If white was able somehow to catapult the queen on f6, would be almost mate in one on g7. Perhaps black is still feeling pretty safe. So queen h4 would be my first assumption with a big threat, and I think it's going to provoke black to play something like f6. White's chances seem to be better. And I think that, by the way, our producers have found them. They're somewhere there. I was wondering if they're going to find it because, I selected a random number, 31. So try to find it in the gigantic hall because the viewers, the top 2 boards from every rating category, they're playing on the so-called pedestal, right, on the stage. Everybody gets to see there, so it's extra honor, extra accomplishment to be there. But everybody else is playing in this very big hall, and we have 6 age groups total. The total number of the players, we mentioned this, I think, the first days, 766 youngsters from 80 countries. Most of the represented countries here are obviously the home players, Italians 45, then there's Kazakhstan players 31, actually a bit surprised. Third is Indian players 29, USA with 27 players, Poland 26, Taipei 21 by the way, Mexico, Germany and Austria with 20 players. So yeah, it's huge hall with a lot of chess towns here.
A lot of chess players from around the world, and this is the celebration for these kids to be at this event and to compete, because both of us have been played this competition, and I was looking for 1 year for this tournament I was waiting whole year to go again and to compete and to win the title. Arturs, how about here to check some of the moves, and for instance move like knight b5 gets my attention here.
You want to hit the queen, yeah? All right, I can do the same, queen d7.
And now, how about we take the bishop, dark square bishop.
All right.
And get this knight back.
So the knight heroically retreats. You're saying there is no shame in retreating. All right. Not sure.
The point is that this bishop from a7 was creating too much danger to the white species here. Somehow there can be some possibilities, like maybe bishop c3, and b5, b4.
I agree.
This
yeah,
kind
I think
of
this
ideas.
is what black wants. I was more looking at something like queen h4, to be honest. You know, I see this mate in one threat. I want to make it work. And actually, now that I look at this, I don't even see a very easy defense, because it seems that black almost has to respond with something like f6. And then I assume white might have time to open up the position, perhaps with knight f4, you know, try to hit the pawn on e6, g5, queen g4, pinning the knight. So that would be my guess. Not entirely sure, because again, the game could be really sharp. We have to calculate a lot of lines, c takes on d4, knight e6, whatever. Yeah, queen e5, whatever happens here. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, very complicated position, but also interesting how this player's gonna find the way out. But I believe black had really low time on the clock, less than 20 minutes. Now less 16 minutes in fact, and white has comfortable time. Very often this tells us that black was struggling in the opening, or maybe somewhere to find a plan, proper plan, and the time very often gives the evaluation to the chess players who feels to have better position.
That's right. All right, shall we check the girls?
We should take a look at the next category, and this is girls under 16, board 4, where we
board 3. My apologies, I already switched the board.
Oh, board 3.
Board 3. Yeah, I think we should do it in order, because board 3 is first. Here we have Hong Turlin Luong playing against Ksenia Balabayeva. I think we slightly look at this game at the very beginning with Alexander Shabalov, who was our guest, and that's players from Vietnam against Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and the player with the black pieces from Kazakhstan is a racing favorite in the match. How good is her position?
White is absolutely better here. My first instinct, you know, because the fight for the center is finished. White has won it. White has 2 pawns on d4 and e3. Black supposedly is pretty solid. The knight stands on d5, but I can easily imagine Keti white playing something like rook b1, queen b3, knight c5. It's a very beautiful outpost on c5. I tried to hit a pawn on b7. If you move the pawn forward, I might go back, knight e3, think about e4 ideas, creating more weaknesses in black's position. So, yeah. Doesn't mean that black is doing really badly, because with this knight on d5, maybe black can be ambitious with some inspired king set attack, but with so little pieces on the board, I find it to be quite unlikely to happen.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's quite difficult, because usually in this type of pawn structure you want to play like f5, f4, but if you do so, the move you play f5, it gives up e5 square, and the knight will stuck there, and the board will be divided into 2 parts, and you are not better on the king side. But there's another way too, rook lift on the king side.
Yeah, but I don't believe it really, because
it might take some time, and then you will stack the rook on the 6th rank.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. So, all right. So here
moving forward, maybe
chances.
On the board forward in the same section, here we have Ayan Lavertieva from Azerbaijan, and we have Roxani Matat Escobar from Venezuela. And here with white pieces we have a rating favorite.
I think this was this Marozzi bind, because the structure looks very familiar to me where this can go. Just a second. Was this the game we were looking with Alexander Shabalov? I think so. Yeah, this was the game where white was delaying the move knight c3, and we were really curious, Keti, what's the purpose of this move? Obviously, early move f3 is meant to stop knight g4, so we are not really sure if black can play queen b6, queen b6, knight f5, queen b2 must be some sort of a theoretical discussion.
Yeah.
But I mean, I have never seen this before, that white can play out this position without playing knight c3, and I could only assume that also an engine has to say something here in this matter. Anyway, the players got here, knight e4, bishop d4, bishop c6, the classical setup, and she still hasn't developed a knight on c3. So apparently the Azerbaijani player has prepared something really interesting here. And only now, knight c3 was on the board.
Right, we have some of the moves that are improving both position here. The pawn on d6 is a backward pawn, but black came up with a very nice idea, f5, to start the king side attack. I don't know how strong it is, but every time I see attack in the game, it's something interesting for us.
You know, I'm gonna make a step back here and explain the thought process of this entire system. I mean, I've played it so many times from the white's perspective, and normally the position is this. So white plays knight c3, black responds typically a5, trying to play a4, queen a5, queen b4, whatever, try to organize some counterplay the queen side. White plays b3, stopping black's a4, b4. And at this moment, black responds with knight e7. And there's a trick. Black wants to take on d4, queen takes on d4, black continues with queen b6, trades the queens. And after knight c5, tries to position every single pawn on the dark squares and say essentially that your bishop on e2 is a bad piece. And this is the moment when white plays bishop e3, right? It's quite paradoxical move, because it enables this bishop on g7 to be a very strong piece, and then black proceeds with moves like knight c5, rook b1, queen b6, queen b4, etc. This is really contested theory here, but I think the verdict here is that the black's position is not really good, to be honest, because especially if white knows what he's doing. Anyway, why this is relevant? Because here, what Ayan did, she didn't develop the knight on c3 yet, and she played immediately before. I can only assume this is part of a larger prep, that she used this absence of one tempi to play b4 immediately, stopping black's move a5. Now black responded with b6. I don't know if this move is good or not, but now look at this. After knight c3, e6, rook c1, queen e7, rook e1, after knight h5, now white continues with the same idea, bishop e3. I'm not sure if this is the same case anymore, because now I see no longer the queen trade on b6, so I'm not sure if this is necessary or not, but I recognize the maneuver, whatever it does here.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you're saying the f5 is, again, a very typical idea for black to generate a counterplay.
And open up a little bit of the position, but white is also the one who is opening up the center, and like, for instance, this move c5 and bishop to c4 aims the weakness on e6, and it's very interesting. This is the current situation, right?
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to me. The pawn on e6 is hanging, and what is white's plan after d5? d5 is the move that, d5 is the move that you can play.
I saw some central move. Was this the game? Bishop d4, could it be? I saw it on the live feed played by black.
Bishop d4 check.
Or bishop e5, was it?
No, it actually makes a lot of sense. Bishop d4 check, king h1, and rook to f6.
Could we zoom in perhaps and see, because the live board hasn't made an update yet? There you go. There you go. Bishop e5.
Can I show you something very fancy?
All right. I'm all for fancy things.
Okay, so bishop to d4 first.
Oh.
Instead of this.
All right. You want to improve black's idea.
Now look. King g1, king h1, rook f6, guarding the pawn, yeah? Bishop g5, winning the exchange. Knight g3, pawn takes g3, rook h6, bishop h6. And then I thought the queen h4 is a checkmate, but it's not.
Okay, that is a very brilliant point, Keti. But I mean, I totally support your idea, and I thought that you are going to say that here, instead of this rook f6, you're going to continue with
Queen
queen
h4.
Yes, I was expecting you to do this. So here after queen h4, bishop f8, there's knight g3, checkmate on the board. I mean, this is a lovely idea, right? I'm not sure if this check on d4 is necessary to be executed or not.
You know, Arturs, one of these youth tournaments, I calculated some crazy line, checkmate, but at that point it was really checkmate on h4, unlike this one. But my queen was on c8, and in the very long line, first you had to play something like a5 on the queen side, then queen d8 to hit the rook on a5, and if white wants to save the rook, then queen h4 is a checkmate. And then, after thinking so much, I played queen c8, queen h4.
Queen c8, queen h4.
And I was
can't
like,
even draw it. Yeah.
I was like, something is not okay. Like, I was not supposed to win so easily. And my opponent wrote down this move, queen h, and she's looking at me, and I'm looking at her, and I'm like, the queen was on c8, and she was like, yes. I took my queen back. I had to play with the queen, of course. My whole calculation, my whole idea was gone. And I found myself into totally different position, almost lost it. So there was so weird situation. That's why we are very often advised not to put too much of the time in one move, because then you see goes, then you don't implement it correctly, and you just blunder a lot of things after that. But this was the most embarrassing moments for me in my chess career to make moves like that. Queen c8, queen h4.
Okay, I mean, weird things happen. Even at the GM level, I have castled myself in the rapid game, an illegal castle, especially when the rook already has moved.
Yeah.
You put it back, you castle anyway, and the opponent forgets it as well. Okay, it happens, but yeah, in one move, wrong diagonal, I haven't done it, to be honest.
It was too fast,
Yeah.
Lost the direction.
All right, now the big question is what white is going to do, because, by the way, just smartest move, rook takes on e5, a potential exchange sacrifice, but I think we have to give you the background. White already sacrificed the pawn with c5.
Yeah.
So if you play c5, bishop c4, then I think the idea here is that rook takes on e5, you're still down material. So what do? I mean, the first question is, can I take the exchange?
Yeah, good question.
Is there some queen h4 stuff related here? I mean, it hits the pawn on h2 and hits the bishop on c4.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Can be
interesting
very
exchange
strong.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
Very interesting, yeah.
I like this move. There is bishop e6 move with a check, but you are keeping the ideas like bishop d4 on the board and the checkmate.
Okay, maybe I take it first, whatever. I'm just going to take the bishop and see what happens.
I like your black's chances, actually.
So it's exchange for a pawn, a very strong bishop on e5. Of course, I mean, white can always hit rook takes on e5, but she's down a pawn if she does this. Maybe there's some direct moves like queen h6, hitting the pawn on e6, hitting the knight on h5, wherever this is leading. Oh, wait, it's a draw, yeah? No, it's not a draw. I thought I saw perpetual check. Check, check, here, I'm sorry, here, and I saw queen d4 check. The point is king f1 would be a mate. And yeah, but I missed from afar that white can play queen e3.
There is something wrong with us today with the queen moves. Time to trade the queens in every game now.
But yeah, we're not using engines, so the reason why we are mostly not using the engines, we try to imagine the thought process from the player's perspectives, right? And that's why, I mean, sometimes when things get really crazy and we just try to, get the right answer, then okay, we switch on the engine, we check very quickly. But in general, yeah, we try to figure out things ourselves, how it feels from the human's perspective, because humans and how engines think, this is a completely different universe.
I agree with that. It's different.
All right, the game is short.
Very interesting game. We're going to keep the eye on this one, actually. And moving forward to the next category, perhaps.
Yep,
this
let's
is
do that.
girls
Girls
under 16. And board 4 is very, very interesting. If black somehow puts the rook on... Oh, the game has ended. one of the top games, and this is the boys under 16 category.
So let's switch to that game. Just to give you an update, board number 16, but which game is this?
It's a second board, perhaps.
Second board. No, I think that's the under 14, because I see a result in the open section under 14 top board. Tran Giap Pham, the Vietnamese young talent who's actually been showing some very good chess.
Look at the domination on the clock, 17 minutes and 1 hour for the end of the...
Let's just go through it very quickly. I think we saw this game from afar. Ah, this London. Yes, this was the game which Alexander Shabalov, when he here was with us in the studio during the first hour, he said, I mean, black is incredibly brave, you know, to take this pawn, this knight on e5, because it allows all kinds of threats. Knight e4, e6, yeah, bishop g... What? He fell for this? Oh my goodness. I mean, we thought that this is absolutely not possible, because queen a4 check, b5, knight b5 is lights out. Black missed this, bishop b5 check. That is really surprising. I thought that...
Oh, wow, that is a blunder.
That's a big blunder. Oh, yeah, now it's just dead lost. This is just dead lost, and here, the Vietnamese player, yeah, he just opened everything, took another rook. Black tried to complicate matters, but now it's just lights out. Very strange, Keti, because I thought, and Alexander thought, that after knight e4 here, black has to play something like bishop e7. You know, just acknowledge, okay, he's worse, allow hit white on f5, then white plays something like f3, he has a beautiful position, but black is living. So unfortunately for the, I think that was the Norwegian player, top board actually, very unfortunate blunder, and Pham moves to the 100% result. But let's go back now to the category of
16
girls. 16, yeah, it was. All right, and we started.
Yeah, this is the game. Yeah.
Yeah, this board. I mean, I love this last one. Look at this. I mean, 2 Chinese players, I think, right?
They are both Chinese, Yu Yaxi and Wang Chikao. And there is a big rating gap here with white pieces. We have 1,700 players, and with black pieces we have 2,200 players. So it's a big rating gap, but the position is so complicated.
And check out the last move that black just played. I mean, actually, it's a whole sequence. Look at this. So white played d4, a break in the center. Point is, e takes on d4, the knight on f4 is hanging. So black made an intermezzo response, f5, which I assume white quite didn't expect. No, I think something like rook takes on e5 here makes a lot of sense. Why didn't she do this, actually? I mean, rook e5, knight e5, knight e5. I mean, okay, it looks playable to me, unless there's some issues. No, it looks just fine. Yeah, and also the pawn on the 5 is under attack, so it's a bit strange that here the Chinese player didn't sacrifice the exchange on e5. I thought it was very, tempting move. She decided not to do it, and now black played e4, knight h2, and already here, I mean, you gotta have this feeling something is not right with your position. The knight on h2 is a sad mourner, as Jeffrey Zhang once said. Yeah, I love that, a sad mourner.
Sad what?
Mourner, it's mourning in the corner. Yeah. There's so many beautiful quotes about knights on the ring, being dim, etc. Anyway, and here one of the tournament favorites responded with the beautiful shot, knight e5. I love it. I mean, look at this, centralizing the knight. So she is tactically sharp. You can't take on e5, queen on d2 is hanging, and you can't take on f4. There's knight f3 check, and say to your queen goodbye. Beautiful.
Both of black knights are hanging at that point, and you cannot capture none of them.
And more importantly, there's the threat of knight e3. So it's not just a fancy move, there's an actual threat, knight e3, and that's why it was really surprising for white to see all of this sequence. I mean, okay, d4 makes sense. You gotta expect a 5, and rook e5 should be following. Now this looks very awkward. Maybe she just didn't anticipate this knight e5 to be incoming threat, and she thought that she's gonna play f3 or whatever the next move is, and she's doing great, but the knight on h2, no, it's just not right. And now here black is punishing white immediately.
less than 20 minutes on the clock for white as well. And knight is heading to d3 square where it controls everything. There's also a c5 move that white has to watch out as well. Arturs, maybe it's time to take a look at the fourth board in this category before we switch to the next one. And here we have Maria Shikaska for Poland with white pieces against Leah Alexandra Maria from Romania.
All right.
And check it out. Who sends here better?
Not so easy to give an assessment. I mean, since white has a considerable space advantage, and I know how engines are usually evaluating positions with space advantage, I would say that engine probably evaluates this in favor of white. I don't know what it's actually saying. I could check it in a moment.
Let's check.
Let's check, yeah? All right, let's do this. No, it says it's equal. And that was the next point I wanted to continue. But then again, all that matters is how the pieces are positioned. And black has a very nice knight on f6. White has double f pawns, and also black has the potential to push forward a very determined a pawn, something like a5, a4. This pawn could be dangerous. Why you couldn't evaluate this position properly? Because there's one minor detail I don't like in black's position. That's the pawn on h5, which probably was something that black had to do in the opening, you know, to talk white out of playing g4 or something. I'm not sure how did they get there.
But now you want it to be back.
What?
Now you want this pawn to be
Now
back
I want
on
it to be on
h7
h6.
or h6 even.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, so I want it to be on h6. And now if I play something like, let's say, bishop g5, I mean, okay, I guess it's black the most, so let's say something like a5. I want to play bishop g5. I want to hit on f6. I want to weaken your king. Let's say black responds with knight e4. What do I recapture? F takes on e4, I guess, with f6 ideas. Black plays f6. I play bishop c1. Oh, look at this lift, actually. Rook g2, g4. I'm not sure.
Dangerous.
I'm not sure. I mean, I like this because we already saw something very similar yesterday in the open section under 18, where the highest rated player here in Montesilvano, Volodar Morzin, was having, according to the engine, very nice position against a Singaporean player. And while was starting this kingside attack, pushing everything forward, and Morzin just showed that he's also a human being. He's afraid of this. And I'm pretty sure that also engine, he would say that, you know, there's nothing there at the kingside. But then again, it's humans who are playing here. So from a practical point of view, Keti, I think that white's chances should not be underestimated.
That's a fair point. Indeed, as the pawn on h5, this is the whole concept that if white goes for this knight bishop trade, then can also go for the rook lift and the g4
Yeah, by the way, it's
breakthrough.
already here. I mean, the rook lift is already here available. Rook g2,
Yeah.
g4, g5.
It just comes on the way. Very interesting. I would suggest to go to the girls under 14 category and check it out. On the fourth board here, we do have Polish Alessia Natoli against Irene Litzinger from representing FIDE. They both have 3 points out of 3. And in most of the categories, we do have actually 7 leaders with all the maximum
100%, yeah?
Yeah, 7, 7, 7 everywhere. This is some coincidence, funny coincidence.
All right. So this also means early clashes between the pre-tournament favorites. Here, the position is so equal. I'm not sure what I can even add here, because even the pawn structure is exactly the same. 4 versus 4 at the king side, 2 the same pawns at the queen side. My guess is that this game is getting to a draw. I don't see any way how any of the players can spicy up things. I assume that white is slightly pressing here because the queen stands on d7, tries to be annoying. Maybe queen e7, rook d7 ideas, but then again, black is the move, so queen b7 always is a move. So let's move on maybe to the board number 4 and see what's happening in the tournament favorites game. Anna Shukhman who I believe has already lost half a point, right?
2.5 point, and that's what she has, and she's playing against Bayah Khan.
She's completely winning.
Ulan, and she has 3 points.
Yeah, so she's about to take down one of the leaders and climb closer to the leading group. How did they get here? Because it seems that Anna played a beautiful game. All right, the Pirts. Not a very good reputation. White usually enjoys a very nice advantage. There you go. Yeah.
Space advantage and active pieces.
This is precisely the reason. Anna is very well prepared, and I have to confess, Keti, I'm very impressed to see how she's playing this tournament. Particularly, it was round 2 game. Remember this craziness where she pushed these queenside pawns to pawn advantage at the queenside? Very sharp, very interesting game. A talented player to follow. All right, yeah, this is one of the most famous ideas in this position. I'm not sure about the bishop retreat, but d5 is the idea. White wants to play a6, hit the pawn on c6, and get a favorable Sicilian knight or position. Knight of fate, b4. No, I thought you have to play a6 here, not b4, but, you know, okay, maybe there's nothing wrong with b4. I think also there was this very famous idea of knight e2, knight c4, and try to be aggressive at a queenside, but okay, b4. C takes, knight e5, e takes, and now we have some sort of a Sicilian knight or position where white has already achieved a lot. a4, a5, c4. Similar structures also arise in the Sicilian Sveshnikov, where black usually is supposed to do something at the king side. And this is what she did. Oh, so it works immediately.
Yep. Interesting. You can take with a d pawn, obviously, because of this pin. But you can take with the queen. I assume that she was... Then 95 is the move, actually.
Yeah, that's the entire idea. I mean, this is a very common theme. And I think that White is dreaming about this breakthrough, and here Shukhman simply calculated it already works, so why can't I do it immediately? I'm about to create a pass pawn with c6. The point is, intermezzo move bishop f3, queen f3 leaves the pawn on f5 undefended. So takes, queen c5, bishop e3 intermezzo move. I guess it's necessary to protect the pawn on d5. And now white took on f5, and now her advantage is very obvious. Bishop d3 is incoming. Black has a lot of light square weaknesses to the king side, and somewhere black lost a piece. Where was this?
Rook c7.
Right here, black lost a piece because she can't protect the knight on d7, bishop b5, and there is no mate on the first rank. That's it. This is how she won it, and now white retreats, reorganizes her army, and she's about to score a very impressive victory. Nice.
That's indeed the nice. She has lost half a point, but half a point is not something big deal when there is an 11 rounds tournament. So we might see Anna on the top board once again in this category. We have seen almost a lot of games in all the categories, starting from the third board. Now we're going to take a break, and when we're coming back, we're going to be focused on the top boards in all the sections. So guys, don't go anywhere, because we will be back with all the actions of FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. Coming back at FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023, Italy hosts more than 700 participants from 80 FIDE countries. In the studio, we are Keti and Arturs. Arturs, we have seen almost all the top boards, and we already have the first decisive result on the first board, boys under 16. Let's now take a look once again at the top 2 boards in each category if we have any changes.
Indeed. Now I think it's time to go and start our overview with the open section under 18, where the 3rd seeded player in the tournament, Alexei Grebnev, representing FIDE, is playing against Simon Lamaze from France. And what do we have here? It seems that White has achieved something, because we left it in the very, very beginning, right after the opening, when we had a guest here with us in the studio, Alexander Shabalov, the 4-time US champion. And then we're discussing, I'm just going to show you so that you know what I'm talking about. So then we're discussing about the prospects of this position. And the idea eventually was that if White will be able to play c4 at some point to open up the bishop on b2, he should have the better position. And we're wondering if Black can play bishop a6. And apparently, Simon, he did play bishop a6, trying to trade Lasco bishop. White responded c4. This was also a suggestion of Shabalov. c6 on d4, knight x on d4 responded. You can't take the pawn on c4 because rook c1 would create unnecessary complications. So Black responded bishop e7, short castle, rook d8, a4. White has a potential weakness on c4, also an outpost on c5, but his pawn structure is slightly worse. Knight c6, knight e4. Oh, knight x on d4. That's a very interesting choice, allowing White to fix the pawn structure. All right. Queen f4, queen c3, and this is how they got here. The queens disappeared the board very quickly, and now White is thinking about creating a pass pawn on the queen side with c4, c5. First, what White did was try to gain space at the king side with g4, h3, h takes, bishop a3, and here we have this position on the board.
Very interesting. White has his ideas, but Black also has this c4 pawn, which is out there, and which Black can actually increase the pressure with rook to c8. f5 has been played, and this knight from d6 really wants to jump on f5.
That he does.
If you take, I take with the knight and attack the pawn on d4. If you play g5, then I might attack this pawn on g5 first of all with knight e4, or I play f4, knight f5. The idea like that can also work. It is really double-edged position. I don't know, maybe I even like your Black more.
No. I like White still. I'm not sure about the g takes at f5, which indeed allows Black to position knight on f5, but I have a feeling that here already for quite a while, Alexei is thinking about the c5. And maybe the last move, bishop f1, was a preparation move to play c5. And now I think the big question is it time to play c5 right now? It's a very uneasy decision, because if you play c5, you are allowing Black to trade the weakness on b6. So do you want to trade weaknesses? Not sure, but apparently here...
But how
Black
exactly... Sorry to interrupt, but after sc5, how exactly Black is dealing with that?
I guess take... Ah, wait,
but
you
bishop
can't
is
take
hanging. If you take, then...
If you take... you want to take on d6 intermezzo move.
Maybe yes, maybe not.
I just wanted to play king f1. My point being, I wanted to go for this position. Takes, and even visually, I thought White is definitely better. He has the pass pawn, he has a strong bishop on b2, Black is not even close of playing knight f5. I could play moves like c6, bishop e5, and I like it. And actually, we have a different move on the board. Not c5, but bishop a3 was chosen by Grebnev.
That's perhaps increasing the pressure on the diagonal, and now c5 can also be played next move.
I'm not sure I'll understand. I would have played c5, but okay, maybe it's also good. Yeah, this bishop a3. Yeah, sorry, I'm interrupted you, Keti. So you're saying the threat is bishop d6 and c5?
Actually, I was I meant that it also stops rook c8 happening, because now knight on d6 is hanging and you cannot do that.
And now we have to check what happens if black accepts this extra pawn on g4. I guess now it's going to be bishop c6, rook c6, and c5. Looks very unpleasant. Hits the bishop on a6. If you play d takes, here it seems black is doing all right. However, either bishop g2 or maybe even stronger, bishop b5. Checkmate with rook on c6. A very nice idea here.
I like it.
All right, so bishop a3 is, keeping the pressure. I'm pretty sure that Alexei here is thinking about a c4, c5. The question is when? When is the right moment to play it? So here the Frenchman is in danger. I'm not sure I like his position. Maybe he already needs to acknowledge that the knight is not heading to f5. But where do you go? Knight d4? And you have to calculate a lot of tricky moves here. How about I play the same move c5? Not entirely sure it's a good moment to play, but let me just check it out. Here. And I was wondering, can I no, it's ridiculous. I was wondering, can I sacrifice a piece, Not to take the bishop f1, create a passed pawn, but no, it's ridiculous. The bishop always can go back to a6. I already feel it's not good. Maybe it's just... Maybe he's going to go after the pawn on b6 after all. Something like... g takes, takes. By the way, the pawn is under attack. And d5 maybe? Maybe it's a different idea. And this pawn is really weak. I mean, if I'm allowed to play rook b2 or a rook b1, and I conquer this pawn, it's going to allow white to create two connected passed pawns in the center.
Yeah. Oh, very
White has definitely advantage. I think it feels white absolutely has an advantage here. And it seems that black already has responded with something which I don't have it yet on here on the board. I guess it's 94 by the looks.
Yeah, 94 is on the board.
Yeah, 94. I don't think that here Simon really enjoys his position. He knows his wars. So he didn't really manage to get the knight to the 5. Yeah, there you go. The camera, we have this very nice possibility to zoom in. The pawn on d4 for the moment is under attack, and I would expect something like g takes on f5 here. And then push forward the pawn. So unless, of course, black can respond with some sharper continuation like rook d4, and probably this is what Grebnev is calculating right now. F takes on e6, and then, I'm not sure, like knight c5.
Maybe knight g5.
I'm sorry?
Maybe knight g5 to
knight g5.
Get the pieces on the king's side.
But this pawn is very strong, no? You try to checkmate me? I don't believe it really. I don't really believe it, but who knows, yeah? All right, so that's the situation right now on the top board of the open section under 18. Let's move on to the second board where Emin Ohanyan is playing with black, the Armenian player, against Aron Pasti.
From Hungary.
From Hungary. Two players also with a perfect score, 3 out of 3. In total, there are, like you said earlier, Keti, 7 players with a perfect score in the open section.
Yeah, 7 players in this open section. And in this position, the time is ticking on both sides. And very soon we're going to have the time scrambled. Both of them have less than 20 minutes on the clock, somehow. Okay, tricky questions. Pair of bishop for black, but the weak king, like weaker king than whites. Which side would you prefer?
Yeah, I mean, having no backstory of what happened here in this game, it's quite difficult to see. I mean, I definitely sense that black has some sort of a compensation. But is it enough? I would say intuitively that white is better for some reason. I guess for the factors you mentioned, Keti, it's the weakened king. And by the way, an extra pawn. I guess it also doesn't really hurt. But I do see, obviously, the actual weaknesses that white has here. So black is threatening bishop e3. Bishop f5. Also, white has access to some knight e4 ideas at some point. I'm not sure if here Pasti wants to trade queens. Maybe actually, can I liquidate into something like queen e5, take it, and I'm wondering is something like rook d7 a completely ridiculous idea or not? Because these bishops otherwise very nicely control the central squares. Now let's say black accepts the challenge, takes it. King g6 looks risky with some bishop d3 checks. Not sure where the king is going to go. Okay, let's say it goes safe. And now
94.
94, rook b7. Yeah, I'm not sure what's the...
Bishop d3 is another move.
Yeah, and bishop d3. No, I like white's position actually quite a bit here. Rook h7 check. Okay, maybe black is doing fine, but visually I choose white. That's how it feels to me. This was the French defense game where Shabalov said earlier in the broadcast that it's also one of the favorite continuations for the Armenian players.
Is Aaron having a chewing gum? We can see him on the camera that he was doing some bubbles. Oh no!
I mean, look at his face. He has little no
Enjoy
stress.
in the moment. Oh no!
He's very relaxed.
Actually, I have to admit that I never liked when my opponent is eating on the board.
But he's not eating. He's chewing his gum.
Or chewing.
That's not eating, no?
It's
chewing gum
so
eating?
like it's annoying.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I would find annoying if somebody would be eating a burger at the board.
Oh, that
So-
is so
that's
bad.
a
People
totally
don't
don't
do
support.
that. Don't do that. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like you're getting hungry when you play for hours. Okay.
I mean, I've
Your
seen
opponent
it.
comes and eats.
I've seen it in some league matches, to be
Yeah.
honest. I mean, imagine you're playing a very serious game.
So your opponent
comes with a
and-
gigantic
Yeah.
burger and stuff
What
to
I
digest it.
found really, really interesting in some of the leagues, in some European leagues, when your opponent wants to get a coffee, he also invites you for coffee. That's so unique, so unique. And once or twice, I had, not actually once or twice, I had very often the situation, my opponent.
And what's your
was-
for a coffee?
Yeah, it's my move. He just made a move, and before I dive into long thoughts, he's like, "I want to get the coffee. Can I get you one?" So it's like
Wow.
it's very polite gesture to invite your opponent for coffee, not to drink alone on the table.
I've never seen that before. I'll remember
Really, this is so
I'll remember
nice
this. When
gesture.
next
really
time I'll go
enjoy it.
after the coffee, I'll also offer it to my opponent.
It was really shock for me at the beginning. I was like, "Why he inviting me for coffee? Maybe he has like I had some ideas, but
This is
now
how
I
you get the award for the
realize-
Gentleman of the Year. Yeah.
That's I realized this that their culture they enjoy to have this. It's not a competitive level, right? If it's a competitive level, they will give you poison in that coffee, but it's just a relaxed moment, and they just want to drink coffee with you and also play the chess. It's so lovely. Okay, he's
All right.
done stretching.
All right, let's focus on chess now. So we are right now discussing about how Aaron is feeling. He's feeling just fine. And I think that there's no need for him to be unhappy. Instead, he has chosen something else. By the way, he has played knight d5, which also is a reasonable move. And to be honest, the more I look at this, I don't like black's position because knight e5 is a perfectly human move. He is defending bishop e3 square. He is, by the way, hitting knight takes on f4. The bishop on e6 is hanging in some lines, although, wait, it's a check. But he's threatening with a queen trade and knight c7 fork. Okay, this is a threat. So, yeah, I think here the Armenian player is in danger. Or it's actually white who is playing the brilliant chess. Shall we move on to the other age group? Open section under 16, where we have the top seeded player, also one of the leaders, Jan Klimkowski from Poland, yesterday's hero, who played this brilliant queen sacrifice game against Anand Batsuk from...
India, I assume.
No,
No.
Mongolia.
Oh,
A very famous last name, but he's from Mongolia. Yeah. So here the young Pole is having a very nice position. So he has two bishops. Black has a nice little pawn on d5. No really any reason for black to enjoy his position. So at the moment, black is just trying to survive. But of course, the big question is white's position strong enough to claim a decisive advantage? I would say no at the moment. And usually at these positions, it's not enough for you to have enough advantage because of this one weakness, and you're supposed to create another weakness. And this is essentially something that Aaron Nemcovich already said more than 100 years ago. If your opponent has one weakness, what do you have to do? You
create second
weakness.
And he will create third weakness by himself.
And then you create a third weakness. No, but okay. I mean, normally 2 weaknesses is enough. And I'm looking at this position, Keti, and there's one idea which immediately pops in my mind. I have so many pawns at the king side. Can I somehow push them forward? G4, H4, H5, or G5, create the targets I can tickle, and then exploit it to my favor.
I like this idea of pawn push on the king side, creating some of the weaknesses, and those bishops are actually targeting already to that direction. Yeah, why not to do it right away? G4, H4. You also have this rook. Maybe you need it on G1 or F1 to support. And so far, we don't see very fast play here from black side. If there's a, I don't know, some nice square for knight, maybe knight c5, if somehow black can manage to get this knight here, would be interesting.
Yeah, but how? So for this to happen, maybe bishop c8, bishop
like
a6,
yeah.
try to trade the bishops, launch the knight on e6. And I think that what Jan Klimkovsky is doing right now, he's not only thinking about himself, and this is a very good trait of strong players. He's thinking, if I play whatever I play, G4, H4, H5, G5, I try to create a second weakness, what my opponent is going to do during this time. No, he's reaching for the A pawn or B pawn. I think it's A4, yeah?
Just, I wanted to suggest Arturs to play bishop d7, bishop knight b5 earlier, but now makes no sense to suggest that, because pawn on a5 stops any piece to go on b5 square. And on the other point, he wants to actually push the pawn on a5 and create a weakness on that side of the board as well.
Might be. I think it might be, or it's some sort of restricting move. Try to restrict the opponent to trade the bishop on b5. Maybe after bishop d7, he's going to continue with something like b3. And at the same time, he's trying to create these targets. But yeah, I think you're right in general. The idea could be play a5, take on b6, play bishop d4, and try to force black to do something he might regret in the long run.
Yep. It's a very pleasant position here for white. Moving forward to the next board, here we have Robert Filipposian from Armenia, FIDE master, and on the other side we have a rating favorite Alex Kvaloi with 3 points from Norway and the rook endgame. This is very interesting.
Somehow black has survived, because when we were looking at this position after the opening, we had a feeling that something was miscalculated by the young Norwegian. And we left it here. 97 apparently was a big mistake. Black had to continue with g5. And here the young Norwegian had to acknowledge, okay, I'm in trouble. I have to limit the damage. Knight f3, queen e6, there is already no sign of activity. White already can simply take on e5. Black is worse developed. He has double pawns at the queen side. I'm actually quite surprised to see it didn't happen. So instead here, Robert played knight g5, trying to exploit that the black queen is moving again. Queen f6, draw offer, I would say. Maybe if white wants to repeat the position, let's do it. No, white continue with c3, g6, h4, rook e3. Oh, that was his idea, to play rook f3 and trap the queen. Queen f4, rook g3, queen h4. So here, Kvaloi was walking a tightrope not to lose immediately the queen on h4. Might be in trouble. And apparently here, white did not really find a way how to trap the queen. Looks so dangerous. Wow, knight h7, look at this, Keti. Sensational stuff. King takes on h7, traps the queen with bishop g5. What a beautiful move.
Wow.
Kvaloi played d5. Ready to sacrifice the exchange, but this allows him to escape with the queen on e4. Or d takes on e4 for that matter. Bishop g5 was played, queen e4. Knight f8, queen f3, rook f3, king f8, and at the end of the complications, black has 2 pawns for the exchange.
Yeah.
So the complications still continue. Rook c6. And now the rook is trapped. Very, very interesting game. So rook takes on e7, rook d8, Koloy is still alive. King f1, rook d6, king e2, rook f6. And I have a feeling, Keti, that white's advantage has dissipated. Probably it was a brilliant defense by Koloy. Fantastic game. Absolutely fantastic. I'm not sure where white had this probably already killing blow. It felt very close, so Koloy was toying with the fire, but now it seems the worst is behind him. White is still pressing though.
White is still pressing with the active rook on the 7th rank, and black has more islands, pawn islands, than white has usually. This is one of the biggest issues in the endgame. However, after what we have seen, this position seems to be more peaceful.
Yeah, I'm not sure if here black has time, Keti, to play king f2, king g3, king h4, king g5, because black also is ready to do something in the center, c5, d4. So I can only assume here Robert suspects that his best chance is gone. I mean, usually you can tell that by the body language. Of course, the game still continues. Do you play b4 here? Looks very interesting. Try to stop black from playing c5?
No.
No? You don't like it? You don't approve?
I don't approve.
Thank you. Why don't you approve?
No, I mean, like, you weaken your c3 pawn, and okay, I understand that you want to stop c5.
I want to stop c5, yeah, precisely.
But is this dangerous or before? Like, is this more dangerous or before is more ugly?
I think Robert is going to prove my idea. Watch this. I mean, he is reaching for his hand. He's about to play b4. We are about to get...
It's check, Artur.
What?
It's check. He's reaching his hand to king.
A move before it was not the check. Okay, I was looking, I guess, a different position, but I mean, I love the idea of b4.
King d2. I think we have to keep here the eye if the b4 will happen.
No, I mean, not here. Not here, obviously. I was talking in general, the idea of b4. Of course, there's the check, but I was talking like, I mean, let's say king d2, rook f6 in this position. Can I play b4?
But no. How dangerous is c5? Because after c5, I play rook a7.
Okay, first I think white needs to figure out where to position
the
king. King d3?
Yeah.
King d2?
I think he played king d2.
Whatever. Okay, king d2, and you're saying that c5 is not dangerous. I'm not sure, actually, because rook a7, black continues king e5. The pawn on a6 is defended. Also, black can be quite ambitious here, king f4, king g3.
I heard you. King is d3.
And here, and here. No, I think black is completely fine here. I mean, I don't believe here Koloy has any issues whatsoever. Rook b6.
b4. b4
You're
here.
mocking me now. No. Okay, all right. Now you want to play b4. All right, so the position appears to be quite level. King d2, by the way, is on the board, and Koloy has to think. So he has survived a small scare, maybe a major scare. We don't know, but I would say that there's a very big probability that this game is getting to a draw.
And we do have another result on the top boards. This is board under 14.
It is section under 14.
It's section under 14. Both games are ending on the top boards, actually.
That's right. That's why let's maybe now focus on the top board of the girls under 18 section, where we have Yelizaveta Khrobenchikova, one of the leaders who is playing against Bat Erdene Mongonzo.
Yes.
And this is
from Mongolia, and
a Mongolian player.
And the rating favorite is obviously Elizaveta. She's the first rated player in here, but she's behind the time. And here we have knight versus the bishop position, and always the question is, which side is better, knight side or the bishop side? Probably
white is better, because the pawn on c7 is an internal weakness, and it means that black will be forced to defend it for a very long time. At the same time, white has a chance to organize a pawn majority at the king side. I'm talking about stuff like e4, bring the king on d4 and play e5. But of course, as usual, the devil is in the details. And maybe specifically here, white can't really play e4 because there's always rook a2 check. It's something you need to address. But I would not be surprised that Yelizaveta would try to make it happen. Maybe first something like rook c2 to make sure there's no checks on the second rank.
Yep.
Maybe e4. Also, alternative idea could be g4, h4, g5, try to push away this knight, and then wherever it goes, because you see it cannot go to d7, pawn on c7 is dropping, force it somewhere passive, and then play e4, and eventually play e5. I definitely prefer white here.
Yeah, seems like white has very clear plan here to push the pawns, and black has to somehow hold the position. Maybe black has to play somewhere knight to e8 to guard the c7 pawn with the knight and free
No, I think
the
actually
rook.
what black wants is king d8. This is
better.
a very nice idea because this is why she played king of 8. King e8, king d8, very nice structural thinking by the Mongolian player. The point is she extra wants to protect the pawn on c7 so that the rook on a7 can do something more good. So position the king on e8 and try to be as annoying as you can with this rook.
Yeah,
of course it
looks
costs
good.
time. But yeah, and I think something like g4, h4, g5. So right now here, Yelizaveta is choosing, should she push those g-pawns, kingside pawns forward, or maybe start with something like rook c2. By the way, also clockwise, white is experiencing some minor issues because she has only 6 minutes on the clock with 9 moves to play. But to be honest, this is not really such a kind of position where you should be very stressed, and looking at Yelizaveta's body language, it spells anything but stress. She's very relaxed state. There you go, rook c2, very easy move for her.
Rook c2, as you pointed out, controls the second rank and also gets one more move done on the board to reach the 40 moves where she gets the time increment. It's time for us to go to the next board, the board 2, where Rochelle Wu from
Oh, they just
US.
finished? Which board is this?
This is the board.
This is the board.
This is the board. They ended in a draw, in fact.
It's already... Is this really the same board?
Oh, no, not
I'm
a
not
draw.
entirely sure.
They put the kings in the center, and the arbiter was like, the king goes on d5, and white wins this game.
Wait a second. Is this the game? Or it's one of the other age groups? Because I don't have... That was Rochelle with white? I'm not entirely sure. Unfortunately, there's no sign which board is this. So I can't immediately tell. At least one of the top boards
God, give us the sign.
on the scene finished. I don't know. Because this particular position we're looking at, Wu Rochelle's game, is not that obvious. Just a second. Let's find it out. Which game was this? So this was board number 2 under 14. Okay, this is a different game. Just a second, I'm going to find it. It's a bit
Under 14
tricky.
girls.
It's tricky to navigate. Is it this?
So board under 14, board 2, I assume.
It could be this position, yeah? I mean, where white has an extra exchange. Okay, anyway, one of the leading boards finished. We are going to get back to that later. Going back to Rochelle Wu's game, you had a talk with her yesterday, right? And you mentioned that she is also during the tournament, very occupied with school. And this is also quite incidentally exactly the same that Alexander Shabalov said in the morning, that it's a very tricky time right now in the United States, right? It's a very busy time for school.
Yeah.
And that's also one of the reasons why USA was unable to send a larger delegation, because the kids are very very committed to the school. And also Rochelle said something about it.
Yeah, she said that she has to deal with her homeworks as she's having the last year at the high school, and that's very important for her. However, she has not made decision there yet if she wants to study or if she wants to continue to play chess professionally. So she just wants to pass these exams and get the right to make the decision later on. But we can assume that she is very busy at this tournament, not only with the chess preparations, but also with her exams at the school. And this is indeed a very tough topic for many of the kids. I remember that myself, I was getting a lot of free times from my school and a lot of advantages as a chess player. They were letting me to pass the exams when I was coming back from the tournaments, but this is not the case for everyone, unfortunately.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, who actually knows at that age what they want to do next, right? I remember still, I mean, when I finished school at age 18, I didn't know what I want to do yet. So
really?
Yeah, I mean, I entered university, but I didn't really have very, very clear plans what I want to do next. I just studied, but...
I knew that I wanted to be a chess player at the age of 18.
Oh. Well, I knew at the age of 18 that I don't want to be a chess player, but then I changed my mind later.
No, like when you play these competitions and you're winning. I won at World Youth Championships 6 medals, Arturs, so I knew what I wanted for sure. But later on, when I was 19, then I decided that I'm done here and I had to study. But yeah, for these kids here, for sure, chess is their priority. That's why they are here, not somewhere else. And they have earned this right to play here by winning the national championship. And it's for some countries, like for instance, like in Georgia, we had some limitations. We could not go, like for instance, if I take 10th place at the national championship, I couldn't play it to the world championship then later on. So you could be in top 5 or top 10 if you wanted to then represent your country.
That's right. So now we are following the game of Wu Rochelle. What is happening here? The American has an extra pawn. So whatever happened in the middle game, it seems to have resulted Rochelle in a better position. Black appears to be still quite solid. White's king is a bit weak. Also, I'm wondering what happens if Black responds something like queen f7, h5, maybe knight g4. Yeah, the pawn on h4 creates an ugly hole on g4. So things are not going to be easy here for the American. I guess eventually she's going to push forward the a pawn, something like a4, a5, b4, b5, a6, etc. Clockwise, we don't really have an update. No, there we go. I mean, Wu has 11 minutes versus Michalic's 4. So, it appears that she is in great shape. Try to win the game.
Right. Moving forward to the next game, let's take a look also girls under 16, the first board. This is the position right now. Very complicated. 2 bishops on the board versus knight and the bishop. And
this was the slim
time.
zone.
Look at the time situation, Artur. 40
oh my goodness,
seconds?
43 seconds for Shvedova. I mean, one of the tournament favorites here. The position is very sharp, but what do we make of this? Just a second. This was we left it. No, we're not going to focus too much on what happened here before, right? So it was, wow. We kind of predicted something like this could happen. Queen f6, knight d1, queen d4, knight d3. Something is not right with White's position. And I have a feeling that Shvedova here was having the better position at some point, but I guess this also extracted her so much time trying to figure out how does she capitalize. She put the bishop on d4, and now rook e6, 43 seconds, and 12 moves to make. That's really dangerous. And white here has 9 minutes. We just saw black playing a move. I think we're missing a couple of last moves here. Could we perhaps zoom in the camera and see what last moves have been played? I still see the black pawn standing on c4, or is it the bishop on d4? I don't see it very clearly. Here you see, of course, here Erdenbayer is very tempted. Try to press on black's clock situation.
She goes g5 and stops f5 happening. This is very nice strategical move in the position. So earlier than that, black played rook to f8.
And black's clock is ticking. So after rook f8, g5 already stands on the board. We don't have it yet here. Black is still better. I mean, the bishop on d4 means that if somebody can be better here, it's only black. But the question is, what do you do after g5? I mean, you got to do something. And from this angle, I don't really see her clock. But she's definitely in time trouble.
It is.
She was basically with what? A couple of seconds on the clock. She made move king g7. 5 seconds on the clock. King g7 is on the board. All right.
That is very
Wait
risky.
a second. I mean, this game can suddenly become very sharp. What about rook b3, rook a3 here? Hitting the bishop on a6. What about a pawn on a7? How do you defend it?
Yeah, white has to find the sharpest continuation here to put the pressure on black. Move like that is exactly what white can do here in this position.
So, of course, here white is extremely tempted to press on black's time problems here. And rook b3 looks a very sensible continuation.
How about king g3, rook bishop h3 ideas?
Oh, you're looking in that direction. Makes sense. I like it. Yeah, king g3, it's a normal move. Completely agree. I'm not sure what black is even threatening, because f6 or f5, white always is going to take on f6. The knight on c5 is going to be ganging. Instead, white plays something else. No, she did play king g3. She's following your advice, and now I think here things could be really tricky for black. I mean, initially I know what I said, that black definitely is better here, but now the more I look at this position, what are the next moves? Is it bishop e5? Bishop e5, bishop takes on d6? Is this an opportunity here for black? No? She plays something else?
But after bishop e5, a4, bishop d6, bishop
Rook
h6.
d8. Rook d8 is on the board.
Yeah, she wants to guard the pawn on d7. She can't afford to calculate what happens after.
So what do you say after bishop e5, f4,
f4
bishop d6?
and bishop to h3.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, and you need to calculate. Probably there is something. Probably, maybe not. Maybe yes.
I'm not sure.
We don't know.
I'm not sure. Looks good enough. And especially when you're in time trouble, you have no time to calculate these things. You try to play as safe as possible. So that's why rook d8 is on the board, dealing with bishop h3.
White's to move.
White is pressing here.
9 minutes on the clock.
Might be a surprise. A lot of tempting moves.
I think it's now time for rook b3, rook a3.
Yeah.
Maybe after, you know why you can start with king g3 to have this idea, first of all. But second, you need to avoid this kind of bishop b7, bishop b4. But now we have this bishop h3, so you can kick the rook away and then you can capture a7.
Yeah, but also the point, Keti, is that after rook b3, rook a3, black plays bishop b7, hits the knight on e4, the pawn on d6
and that's where
loses
the
support.
bishop comes on h3.
You know, one thing I think I would love to play before bishop h3, first include h4. Just in case, you know, push my pawns aggressively forward, extra protect the pawn on g5, and then play bishop h3.
I like this move h4. First of all, it turns the time to black side, and you have to figure it out what to play here.
That's right. So here, white is going to try to figure out how to continue.
Maybe we keep the eye on this one before the time increment, Artur. I suggest you stay here because this is so interesting.
All right.
And no time on the clock.
Let's do that. White still has 7 minutes here. I mean, it's so difficult, Keti. It's so difficult to stay composed because, I mean, imagine yourself, you're playing against a tournament favorite, and throughout the entire game, you have been in trouble. I think she was in trouble at some point, right? Because Black was so active. Then your opponent gets in time trouble, and you're starting to feel very nervous.
You know this is your chance.
You feel this is a very real chance. And you just want to fire out those moves, one after another. And this is where you remember the trainings of your coach. Do not do this. Do not do this. Sit in your hands, literally.
You don't remember at this point
No?
anything. No.
No, I think it's training.
No, you just think how to win here, I guess.
Because this is one of the things to which coaches usually say to the students. When you are in situations when your opponent is in time trouble, do not play on their time. Try to figure out yourself the details. Bishop H3 is on the board, but by the way, Keti, what about bishop takes on c4 to exchange sacrifice? I just noticed this. This is also a possibility. This is a chance to complicate matters.
Bishop c4 is very interesting, but very difficult to come up here with the evaluation with seconds on the clock after bishop c4, bishop e6, and how you're recapturing back.
I'm not sure. Did she play it? I'm sorry, I think I missed it.
She played something, actually.
Rook e8. Rook e8, I think it stands on the board. You know, I think bishop c4, Keti, here definitely deserves attention. All right, rook e8 is played. Alexandra decides not to force matters. The pawn on c4 is under attack. So also, by the way, a very important trait of a good player is you are always expecting what your opponent is going to play when you're in time scramble, so that you are never surprised. And right now, look at this. Alexandra is already calculating what she's going to do next. White
Rook to c1 was the...
responded. Rook what?
Rook c1.
Rook e to c1.
E to c1.
Somehow, it doesn't feel right.
Well, if you want to trade the, to give the exchange, maybe rook e4, bishop e5 is the moment, another moment you can do.
I mean, black now can play h6. h6, kick this knight away, and then play f5, kick away the knight on e4, and also close the bishop on h3. And this is precisely the reason, Keti, why I said you gotta include h4 before bishop h3. I don't like this. I think here Shvedova can play h6, and h6 is on the board, by the way.
h6 on the board. This is move 33. 7 more moves to be made.
This should be feeling like a cold shower for the Mongolian player. I mean, now she's wondering, why did I position the bishop on h3 and not the pawn on h4 first? It's a quite unpleasant threat. H takes on g5, and I don't even immediately see how do you create any threats. I mean, the only idea I can think of is rook b3, rook a3, but there's bishop b7 always. So I think Shvedova here should be already feeling pretty confident, at least more confident than she was before.
True. White wish to have this bishop back and the possibility to play h4, but that is not happening. Somehow White has to make a move here.
Yeah, but even visually, it's just not right. I mean, look at this. I could agree here, Keti. I started like White's position, at least the easiness to play the moves, right? Most like h4, most like bishop h3, they're pretty easy moves, etc. Actually, when we were looking at this, I was wondering, is there some ideas like, you know, maybe very obvious, like rook d1, rook d4, sacrifice the exchange, play c5, trade the bishops, activate the king, put it in the center, etc. Because this knight on e4 is a godlike knight. It's a beautiful knight here on e4. And this sequence of, where was this? Not here. It was rook d8. I mean, starting with bishop h3 and rook c1, it just looks so strange together. Somehow White's army is disconnected. And yeah, now after h6, White is, I think she's in trouble here.
Well, the move that she has to make here is perhaps g takes h6, otherwise you can't hold this pawn here. And in that case, it opens up the road for f pawn to be put.
Look at her body language. I mean, she's literally not even trying to hide it right now. I think she realizes. Oh my goodness, how did I get here? I mean, it was really looking so nice before. Did I screw it up?
knight f6 is her move of the choice. In this position, she's giving up the pawn. Like that.
So
I
what
like this
happens
move.
if I just take it?
Well, you have to take it. You don't have much of the choice here with black. But I like the idea that she's keeping the good bishop against the bad bishop here. Maybe this rook b3, rook a3 here.
Right.
Maybe that's her idea in this position.
It makes sense. Okay, it seems that she has found quite a nice practical idea, and definitely black is surprised to see knight f6. This is something she did not expect. The clock is ticking. I believe right now Shvedova is approaching about 30-second mark. She has to make her mind very quickly. Knight f6 is the correct position.
She gives check? No, it's not check. Rook e2 is the move.
You were saying? Black has to take on f6?
Yes.
No, Shvedova disagrees. She's going to go for a counterattack.
Wow.
Bishop f2 check, I guess. Very surprising
Well, I
twist
like
of
this
events.
move actually. Rook e2. Also attacking the pawn on a2.
That's a great move. I mean, knight f6 was a good practical attempt, but
Let's
rook
check
e2
the
isn't
engine.
there.
I'm too tired
I
today.
think black is doing, black
Oh,
is
black
doing
is actually
really good, like winning good. So you can't take on d7 with the bishop. Why? Because, I mean, after h takes on g6, you're eventually, I think, losing a piece. Everything is literally hanging for you. The bishop on d7, the knight on f6.
Yeah, or you can do also bishop f2 check.
Yeah,
And
yeah, precisely, yeah. And knight takes on d7, again, the same bishop f2 check, or h takes on g5. This rook on e2 is such an
it's
unwelcome
very
guest.
strong. I think everyone missed this one. This move here, she just missed the rook e2 chance. Wow.
All right.
45 seconds and you find this move on the board? You are a tough kid.
There's a very good reason why she's one of the tournament favorites, so she just proves it. All right, let's maybe select other games, because I have a feeling this is a time scramble situation where a lot of things could be happening at the same time, right? Obviously, this is a super entertaining game, but I have a feeling that Shvedova is taking over. She has survived her worst moment here, and now the Mongolian player keeps missing every single move, and I mean the body language says it all. She is not happy. Now she realizes things are even worse than she thought they are. Maybe let's go back to the leading board, open section under 18, and try to assess the situation, what's happening there. This is Alexei Grebnev, representing FIDE, playing against the Frenchman Simon Lamaze.
They have already
Reached the
40
second time
now.
control. All right. The verdict, white is having a very large advantage. Strong central pawn, king d4, position the rook on b1, rook b2. Black's position is just not holding together. Let's move on to the board number 2, where Aron Pasti is playing against Emin Ohanyan. Is there a time scramble? There is.
5 more minutes before the increment.
But is this something really dramatic? No, I don't think so, because here Pasti has 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, I vote to move forward. And
I
find
want to move
something,
forward.
yeah.
We are trying to find some drama, some exciting action, because here I think the stronger players are definitely having things under control. Here,
Another game actually with time scramble here, rook to
All
c8.
right. Yeah, again, Jan Klimkowski, open section under 16, top board. The pre-tournament favorite is trying to crash through the defenses of Batsu Hanant.
But what is this actually? White has extra rook?
No, it's probably transmission error. Yeah, it's transmission error. Rook c6. No, it didn't happen, of course. So don't worry about this. It seems that there was a rook trade on the board.
C2.
Which board is this we're looking at right now?
There's a rook on c7 and rook on d2. So
It's more moves. There's obviously more moves. I already see bishop standing on c4. Clearly, the transmission here is broken. Let's move on. We're going to go back to this game later. What about this very exciting rook endgame of Robert Pilipasyan against Axel Bukvaloy? They have reached the second time control. There is not much happening there. Is something happening among the girls? Where was potentially some big action? Hrabenchikova's game, maybe?
Yes, just check.
Yeah, just check.
We have to check, we don't know.
Also, they are quite safe from the time scramble. Hrabenchikova versus Mungunzol. They have reached the second time control. Black has to make one move, and White is definitely thinking about this idea of e5. I still like White's position more.
And next one, maybe here we have a lack of some...
Yeah, we're trying to jump, you know, we're trying to find maybe there's something spectacular happening. Also, I think we have missed the action.
Oi, the
Oi.
king. King.
This is the action we're looking for. All right, there you go. So the girls under
14 and we have a
board.
Georgian girl here, Mariam Tsatsalashvili against Zarina Nurgalieva from...
That's all we needed. So White here has...
Kazakhstan, I guess. Yeah, from Kazakhstan. White king on the tour.
On a warpath, trying to conquer the world. So the question is, who is even play here for the win? Look at this. This is a major time scramble here. White has 34 seconds versus Black's also increment. White has a pawn on c7, but the king is so weak. We don't have the last move. Clearly, White already responded with something. It's not king d2. I think it's more moves already here. Maybe we can zoom in and see more closely what is this position, because it's a 3-result game. I don't really care what engine is saying here. Danger for both players.
Yeah, let's go with the full screen in this situation. A lot of trades. 9 captures.
He takes on b4.
What?
I think I saw knight f3 check, king c1, 91. Let me maybe put it on the board here.
We don't
Takes
have the
it.
board, Artur, on the screen.
I'm sorry?
We have only the screen now.
Yes,
so
we have it on the screen, but I'm trying... yeah, we don't have actually... Yeah, I understand.
50 seconds on the clock for Black and still 3 more moves, very least. They're so nervous. They are so nervous.
I mean, there should be. This is the top board of the girls under
Oi,
14.
oi, oi.
I mean, this is essentially maybe the fight for the world championship.
Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
Stakes couldn't have been higher.
Look at this one.
She's not happy about something. Look at this. She can't even hide her emotion. She noticed something. Or maybe just nervousness.
It's a nervousness. But it's a double-edged position. White also have very strong pawn on c7. You have to watch out. Black is going for that pawn.
It's a very interesting comparison how they are sitting there. I mean, Black is like, okay, rook
More
c8
relaxed,
is rook e8 is okay,
biting the nails.
White is feeling
She's
the
also
tension.
nervous, but she's dealing it a different way.
Rook
Not showing the
c8.
emotions.
I guess if you want to be successful in this game, you gotta protect the pawn on c7. The clock is ticking.
How
Two more
about
moves to make.
c7 here? If you take the pawn, I take your rook. Thank you very much.
How does she protect the pawn?
c6.
She's trying to figure out. It seems the Black is taking over the game unless there's going to be a sensational tactic somewhere. She's reaching for the move. She can't make it yet.
c6 is on the board.
This is nice. You can't take on c7 because it would lead the rook on f8 hanging. Notice the queen on b4 hitting the rook on f8. Black did not notice this move. Can she play some rook f7 and maybe retreat with the queen? The queen on g2 is disconnected from the action. Do you bring back the queen? What do you do? What do you do? I mean, rook f7, you gotta be worried about your background issues. But he's as cool as cucumber. I mean, it's unbelievable.
No, she ate all her nails, come on, Artur.
Yeah, but compared.
Different method of being nervous. No, I cannot say she is not.
What's she gonna do? What's she gonna do? H6?
8 seconds on the clock.
Rook e8?
Yeah.
Rook e8 hits the knight on e4. So, what happens now?
Maybe rook e3 here to make sure that the rook will not hang on the back rank.
I mean, White needs to make one more move. This is the faithful 40th move, and then the players are going to get extra 30 minutes on the clock. Again, the weight of this decision is enormous.
Now rook c7 is a threat.
Maybe rook e3 to enable 95,
Oh, queen
96,
d6, queen d6, queen d6, rook e4, and queen d8. You have to be tricky here. Queen d6.
Queen d6. Let's just show it on the board. So if you play queen d6, you got to calculate what happens after rook takes on e4, queen d8, rook e8, rook takes on e8. You have to calculate this in seconds. You can't afford to make a mistake here. 40th move, the final move. She plays queen d6. Now the big question is what happens now. Queen d6 is on the board. White has successfully reached the second time control, and now it's black. Is she going to take
should
e4?
not take. No, it's a big no. After taking on e4, queen d8 loses the game.
Maybe play h6 just to be safe, not to blunder any mate. I think h6 is a very human move here.
Yeah, she has to play 30 seconds to go, and they will relax. We will have some time to understand what's going on, but I think we reached a good point. Queen f3.
That's a move I support. It also brings the queen back in the game. However, it also jumps under rook e3. I think what black wants. She wants to play queen f7, try to hit a pawn on c7. Now the players have officially reached the second time control, but the complications are obviously still continuing. Let's select another game.
Wait, no, we don't go.
No, but they already reached the second time control.
No, let's understand what's happening here after rook e3, yeah?
All right, so rook e3. Rook e3, queen f7. I was wondering if there's some knight g5 ideas.
Knight g5 is the question, big question.
You can't take on c7. It hits rook on e8.
There's queen c4 unpleasant check here.
And I play something like king d2. What is this? What is this position?
Maybe
who can tell me? What is this?
Queen a2. You want to run away on g2, perhaps, yeah?
I don't know. No, I mean, I just try to avoid the check somehow. I mean, maybe... I'm not sure about king d2. Maybe it's king d1. You know, I can't calculate so quickly. Wait, king d1 is queen f1 check. Could be a problem.
There's king b2 as well.
King b2 as well. Yeah. But okay, let's assume king d2. You take on a2.
King e1.
Oh my goodness, this is so exciting here.
King e1, I guess.
King e1, you're losing. King e1, rook e3, queen a5 check. I collect the knight on g5. And wait, is it though? Oh my goodness, is it though? Just a second, this is crazy. This is essentially the game of the round. Rook e3, f takes on e3. I think I saw that black is winning the knight, but wait a second. After king e2, wherever the king goes, there's queen d7. What is this?
Oh my god.
Very sharp, you know.
You can so easily blunder this move. Queen b5 is a check, Arturs there.
Okay, black wins, of course, yeah. I mean, you play queen h5, queen e8, but maybe I need to find the right move to position my king. Yeah. It just showcases the complexity of this line, and thank goodness the players have reached the second time control. They can figure out the details, because playing this in a time scramble,
no,
nightmare.
Thank you. You can lose it before time increment. So this actually makes us feel that maybe king has to stuck with the a2 pawn in that position. But okay, this is the current position. Yeah,
this is. I think rook e3, Keti, makes so much sense here. So what else? You can't play knight g5.
You can play queen d7 as well. Queen d7.
No.
No?
No. I don't know why. I mean, why not, by the way? I mean, yeah, I mean, okay. Okay, maybe queen f8, something. I mean, I want to hit a pawn on c7. Wait. Queen a3, queen a5 could be a problem. Could be. I mean, queen a3.
King b1 is
poor players. They have to, they have to play out this position. We are the commentators. For us, it's easy. We can throw moves here and there, try to figure out whatever. It's fun.
Yeah,
but for them, it's not fun. I mean, for them, it's high stakes game.
It is. Arturs, I'm thinking king b1. King b1.
King b1.
Yeah, to guard the pawn on a2.
Crazy game.
And after queen a5, how about rook h1?
What? So you're giving up the pawn on c7. You're saying there's some immortal mate?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Knight f6. All
right. Let me stop you right there. This is crazy.
Huh? Is it crazy?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what's happening here. Obviously, I see that this is leading to a draw. Oh, wait, is it a draw because your queen is also okay? Oh, my goodness. But we can agree on one thing. This is so far
yeah.
the most interesting game of the round, right? It's happening, the girls under 14, top board, and we are going to be back at this game later, okay?
Yeah.
We're definitely coming back here. I'm very curious how it's going to continue because after the 40th move, queen f3, it seems here white has rook e3, white has queen d7. I'm going to cheat a bit. I'm not going to tell the computer's continuation, but I'm just going to check what the computer says, okay? I'm just going to check it.
No, black is winning, of course.
You think?
Yeah, black or winning or has big advantage.
I'm not so sure.
No, don't tell to no one. Let's make it more complicated. The game has ended on the top board. What is this board, Arturs?
Yeah, but
don't say no.
I had a feeling Denjan is going to say something like that. So the viewers, can you try to guess? I had a feeling he's going to say something like that. Because it's such a tactical mess, I'm not surprised. But which game did finish, by the way? It's the second board, is it? Second board of the girls under 14 category, is this?
White won, I see the king on e4 and king on d5.
Wait, no, that's the game
This game
already
ended
finished.
many time ago.
Yeah, I don't have any update.
Maybe this one?
Which
This
one?
Leia against Michelle.
Um,
No.
which one?
The 1-1-0.
This we already looked at. Ah, no.
No, it's
Ah,
that was
no.
the game.
Leia Shashradova playing against Michelle Truns. This is the game
Girls
we
under 16.
missed, but again, there's so much action happening. Here, which board is this? Second board.
Second board of
Girl
girl under
16?
16, yeah.
So the Turkmenistan player beat the German player. Wait, but it was this equal-ish endgame, was it? No, it's something else. We didn't really see this. You know, I feel really sometimes quite sad that we can't literally follow 50 boards at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
There's so much action happening at the same time, but whatever happened here. Oh, wow. Nice. Look at this. Keti. Knight x on h7.
Knight of 6 idea, yeah.
Knight of 6 idea. White wins the exchange. White wins a pawn. Now, black was threatening with some threats, and I guess white was eventually able to capitalize on her extra
They
exchange.
played both so nicely, actually. Also, black is trying her best here
Fantastic
to hold.
stuff.
Yeah.
Just absolutely incredible stuff here is happening, right? All right. Maybe we
another
can,
result here. The rating favorites, Emin, has lost against Iran.
right, that is the top, one of the top boards of the open section under 18. Emin was outplayed by the Hungarian player, who now moves to one of the leading positions after round 4 with the perfect score, 4 points out of 4. Also a great shot of fighting for the World Championship title. Yeah, I think here the Armenian player already was in trouble sometime before. He was down 2 pawns. And we looked at this position briefly before the time scramble. We said, white is going to figure it out. He did figure it out. So he won the game. Now, which game would you like to follow next, Keti?
That's a very good question, which game to follow, as the players have already reached the time control and have extra 30 minutes on the clock. I suggest to take a break and to let the players figure it out, and by the time we're back we will have more interesting situation, and we will be covering the top boards of the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. This is round 4. We are in the studio, Keti and Arturs, and we're gonna come back right after this break.
See you soon.
coming back at the FIDE World Chess Championship 2023 in Italy with a very special guest, Michelle Zhang from Canada. Thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you.
I've heard that you won your game today. Can you please tell us about your today's game?
Well, my opponent was 1500. Obviously, I think people here are unrated. She played really well. At the end, when I was under time pressure, I think she didn't really keep calm. And then she spent a lot of time. And then, yes, I think I was managed to keep calm, and then she blundered, so...
Oh, that was a good win for you. We saw you yesterday on the stage. You played on the top boards, and you did such a nice job. Can you please tell us about that game too? How did it go?
I think it went good at the beginning, but then I blundered.
Yeah.
I think I shouldn't have made that blunder, obviously. Yes, I think that's really it.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything to add. So.
Yeah, that was really good game. We were so impressed how you played before that blunder, but that's okay. That happens actually. Can you please tell us about yourself? We know that you are 10 years old, is that right? But you're playing under 14. So first of all, how you got at this competition? Did you win the tournament in your country?
I won like U10 girls for Canada last year, but this year I didn't because I got second place.
Okay.
Not a bad result, but I wish I could get first place next year.
Right. And is it difficult to play with older opponents because they are 3 years older than you?
I mean, it depends if you're saying like good opponents or bad opponents. But I think it's going to be hard to play against good opponents.
Right. And to tell me about Italy, I assume this is your first time in Italy. Do you enjoy it here?
This is actually not my first time.
Wow.
But yes, I enjoy. I really like the history here, especially Venice. I went Venice like last year. I mean, like Canada, it doesn't have a lot of history where I live, but like in Venice, like those walls, like so old, but Canada never has them, so...
Yeah. So you're impressed with that. Was there your chess trip, or it was just a vacation with your family?
I think it's a trip. Like it's a vacation and chess mixed up, I would say.
That's very smart indeed. And do you have how do you spend your day here after the game? You finish your game now. Are you going to prepare for your next game, maybe analyze, or maybe you are going to play some fun games with your friends?
After this game, I think I will go to my hotel. Because yesterday I watched my stream. Well, you were commentating me, so
Okay.
So after the game, it's usually dinner time. So yes, the dinner. After that, we'll analyze our game with the coach and then go to sleep.
Okay. Do you have any dream in chess that you want to achieve? What is the biggest dream you want to achieve?
There's a lot. I want to say my favorite one is to become WGM, hopefully.
Wow, that's amazing. And I want to ask you so many questions, so many questions. If I can ask you, who's your favorite chess player that you are inspired?
Obviously I have a lot of chess players, but I think my most is Judy Pogar.
Oh, wow. woman power here. Judith Polgar is your favorite chess player. I see your mom is here with you too, and you are getting support from your mom. How important it is actually to have your family member at this tournament, and if you usually travel together with your family for competitions.
I think it's good. Yes, if I without my family, I can't be here, obviously. So that's my answer.
Wow, this is so amazing to have you here, Michelle. I will not keep you more in our studio because you have such a big plan to have a dinner and to analyze the game and get ready for the next rounds. I wish you to have a good tournament, and I wish you enjoy Italy here. And one last question. What is your favorite Italian food?
I mean, Italy food is very different from Canadian. Probably the dessert is probably the best.
Oh, nice choice. Nice choice. Thank you so much for coming here. This has been 10 years old Michelle Zhang from Canada. We hope to see her more and more in our studio and also chess competitions. You guys, we are taking a very short break and coming back with the chess games. This is the FIDE World Chess Championship in youth categories, and we are in Italy, Arturs and Keti. After a very lovely guest in our studio, it is once again time to take a look what is happening on the top boards, as after the time pressure passed, they got 30 minutes of increment, and Arturs, I can see that some of the time on the clock is ticking for the players. Which is the game that you would choose to show first?
It's definitely the game we left, I think, after the time scramble. The game we're following closely, that is the top board of the girls under 14. Yeah, I believe that's the category. Whereas Mariam Tsatsalashvili playing against Zarina Nurgalieva. And I mean, the complications, Keti, in the time scramble, they're just mind-boggling, and you can see only one move has been played after the players have reached the second time control. Rook e3, queen f7, these moves stand on the board, but the complications, they are not over, and White already has invested good 20 minutes in the position. She still hasn't made her move because she, I guess, is trying to calculate everything until the end, but I think you simply have to start with knight g5 and see where it's going to take you. So Shirki is reaching for the knight. I think it's going to go to g5, double checking. There you go, knight g5 is on the board.
I can't believe that we left this game about 20 minutes ago. We came back and they have played only 2 moves.
She was waiting for us.
She was waiting for us. We want to show here knight g5 on the board, attacking the queen, and a2 pawn is also hanging. But Black gives the check first.
Yeah, now the question is what she has chosen. King d1, I think, is a mistake. King d2, you gotta continue, go forward. Keti, you also mentioned king b2 as the possibility. Oh, by the way, dear viewers, remember we asked you the question, what do you think the engine says here, how you would try to assess this position? So I think we can reveal what the engine did say in that position. Keti, I'm gonna leave it to you.
Yeah, so to once again remind the viewers what was the situation. I was liking black. I thought that black was actually better. Arturs was saying that white is better, and engine said it is equal position. And
King d1?
It's a
Queen
blunder.
f1 blunder? Wait, no. She played king d1, really? I thought that you can't do this. I mean, there's queen f1. Queen f1, queen x on f2. Did we just witness a major blunder? Because I'm looking at the camera and I do see the white king on e1 and she reaches for queen f1 and now... Oh my goodness, she just invested here something like 20 minutes. We just saw a major blunder happening on the top board. I thought you have to play king d2 here, and now white realizes in her horror that's the check she apparently missed. And now white is in major trouble because now the rook on e3 is just gone. The pawn on f2 is grabbed to the check. The rook on e3 falls as well. This is a heartbreaking continuation of otherwise thrilling game.
Yep, and it is actually no way that you can avoid to lose the rook.
I mean, we were looking at this position before the break and we we're discussing, I mean, you can't play king d1, queen f1 check wins the game for black apparently, so I guess king d2 allows queen x on a2 check here, and revealing what engine had to say. Engine said this position is equal, dear viewers, but I guess it's equal because there is a perpetual check. I mean, I would say this position is full with life and black has an extra exchange and she wants to win this, but apparently the pawn on c7
But you
is
liked
so
white's
strong.
position.
What?
You liked white's position.
I mean, I see the pawn on c7. It's almost like a queen, right? If I get to position the queen on d7 and incoming knight f7, knight e6, maybe the extra exchange doesn't even matter at all. So the big question, Keti, is the pawn on c7 a strength? Is it a weakness? However, it is simply not meant to be, because after a very long thought, why blunder the idea of queen f1 check, and now, I mean, you can basically
do
feel
much.
the pain on the camera.
You can't do the match. Queen is already on f1 and king has to go on the second rank, and then the pawn falls for on f2 with the check, and the rook falls after that. And you don't have any cover. You don't have any square to go with the king without having the check on the board. And this is also the main point, that with black will take with the queen on e3 this rook.
Precisely.
To give some chances.
Let's say king d2, and now she goes back. I think it's king c2. I don't see it very clearly from this angle. King c2, take on f2 with a check. Of course, black is going to accept this rook. Let's say king d1, rook takes on e3. Appears to be unnecessary complications because you might experience some back rank issues, but what about a simple queen takes on e3 check here? White has exactly one check on f7, king g8, and that's it. That's the end of the road for you, my friend. Very painful, of course, to see this, but this is chess. That's part of the sport. Sometimes blunders like this happen, and that's what makes chess so exciting.
Yeah, it's true. It's very painful. Situation happens to at any level. You can just blunder. Pieces like that, you cannot really avoid that. You have to get over to these things. So far, Georgian player had a very good run, 3 out of 3, and even if she loses this game, she should not lose the hope at all and try her best in the other game. Today, it was not her lucky day.
Indeed. So, well, then one of the tournament favorites, Zarina Nurgalieva, is rewarded with unexpected point. I'm not sure, maybe she felt she is quite confident to win the game anyway with the extra exchange and everything, but yeah, I mean, the engine was saying in that position the game is equal. We might actually see a resignation. maybe white is going to respond to something like queen d2. No, she goes king b1. I don't see this game getting continuing. There's no ideas. I mean, king b1, maybe the last trick, hoping for rook d3 to happen, but even this position, to be honest, I think is just winning. There's no knight f7 check, queen d8, you play queen f8. There's nothing to miss. There's exactly one check with f7. You can't take an f7, king g8. I mean, black can't even make a mistake here if she even wanted this. So you see, she already has figured it out.
She's taken with the queen. We might see here the resignation. So let's just leave this board. It was a blunder. And we can move to the other board of the top seats. And there are more and more games ending. So maybe just quickly go through with every game that has already ended too.
All right. So we are going to start with the open section under 18. Alexei Grebnev has managed to beat his opponent, Simon Lamas. So he had this dominating possession, very strong pass pawn in the center, beautiful king on d4, rooks on the 7th rank, and since the threat of c4, c5 is threatening, here the Frenchman simply resigned in the dominating position. This is something you don't see very often. There's a material balance on the board, but white's piece coordination is so good that black understood he has no chance to survive this. So major result on the top board. Also, the second board finished with a victory where it was Hungarian player Aron Pasti beating Emin Ohanyan, who apparently was outplayed in obstacle bishop endgame, 2 extra pawns for white. Also, the top seeded player and top board on the open section under 16, Jan Klimkovsky, in the end managed to trick his opponent, but Shukhman. Do you want me to check this game or we just continue to move on? All right.
We have to move on. We have to see the live games, what is happening. The next game in this section is still in progress, and we do have the rook at the game, which looks very promising for white with the extra pawn on d5.
It's just dead lost. Just dead lost here. I mean, something happened here. White is just winning the pawn endgame, I think. I don't see any chances here for Kvoloy. How is he going to hold this? Rook d8, d7, any pawn endgame should be winning. I think we missed something before because this is going to be really painful for Kvoloy because remember the opening, Keti? Right? He mixed up something in the opening phase and Pilipasyan managed...
equalized then in the end.
Yeah, but then he fought back. Yeah, and he was very close to equalize, and just as when he felt that, okay, he's out of the danger, then his opponent continued to strike back, and now, again, white is winning. Apparently something happened in time scramble.
Something. But this one, yeah, I agree, it is quite an easy run here for for white.
Maybe we can show. What was the move that white played here? Since we have a very nice camera feed here, maybe we can zoom in. I don't see the last move. King g3. Yeah, king g3 is a very easy move. King g3, let me just showcase one idea. For example, h takes on g4. Let's say h takes on g4, king takes on g4, and king e6. I want to get this pawn. I can play king g5, but even the same d7 works just fine. Look at this rook on d8, it's very passive. It doesn't do anything. If you take on d7, rook d7, king d7, white is simply winning this pawn endgame. Also, there's this pawn on a6, which doesn't help black at all. So, okay, I mean, black maybe decides not to take it, plays something like king e6. What could be the simplest continuation? f5. Looks decent. f5, g takes, on h5 you can't take on d6. This might give black some hope maybe, but there is no hope.
I liked the previous one, to push d7, the pawn there, and to be sure that nothing will happen.
Yeah, this is a matter of technique, and I'm pretty sure also Kvoloy knows that his best chance is gone. By the way, this is exactly what he plays. King e6 is on the board. I think d7 forces resignation right here. Right
or
here.
g takes h5 is also.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, g takes on h5 as well. But d7, I mean, g takes on h5 allows you some checks on g8, although specifically here, yeah, I think you can just do this. You can't give it a check on g8 because the king is not on e7. I think I would just play d7 and that's it. Yeah, so once again d7. Ah, wait, just a second. Maybe it's not so clear what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's...
Wait, not so clear. King h4 is king e6. I just realized this.
There is king g5. No, king g5.
Yeah, but king g5...
It's winning still.
Yeah, I guess it is. No, but this can lead to some unnecessary theoretical pawn endgames. Yeah, a5, a4, f5,
f5 instead of a4.
f5, king f7, take it, king f6. Wait a second. This can lead to some unnecessary complications here. Sometimes these endgames are drawn, as far as I remember. There was this rule that the defender wants to cross the middle of the board, and you're not in time to get to the pawn on a4 because black is going to position the king on c7, and you have your a pawn, but you can't win the game.
Anyway, this is not going to happen because white played a very careful move here. King to h4, takes, and king to h4. And the same position, but the rook's on the board.
Watch out for king takes on h5. You can't do that.
No.
That will be made in one, so white still needs to be careful.
Rook d4 makes
Rook
sense.
d4 makes a lot of sense. d7 is incoming, so maybe something like rook d4, rook d7. Black is holding on, but I have a feeling this is going to be a classical Tsuk position. What about a3, a5, a4? I mean, you have to move.
Rook d8, d7.
Yeah, rook d8 is d7, maybe king g6. You make another Tsuk position, rook d5. So it's only a matter of time, and we are about to see here yet another leader emerge in the under 16 section, and that is not one of the tournament's Kvaloi, who was outplayed by
Robert Pilipasyan from
Armenia. Armenia always has been very strong.
Yeah, can we look for more live games if we have on the top boards?
All right.
One more, I see.
Prabenchikova, the top seeded player in the girls under 18 section, also one of the leaders, is playing against Batarden Mongonzov from Mongolia. White is down a pawn, but this is maybe one of those positions when it doesn't really matter, because look at this pawn on b5. It's very far advanced. So if somebody is pressing here, it's Yelizaveta. So I'm talking about most like bishop c6. And just as I wanted to execute it, show it, it's on the board.
Yeah, the point here is that if you move the knight away, then I will take the pawn on f7. And if you play rook to e7, then knight... then probably the check can be the option, or I don't know what white can play here. Now king d5 is a blunder.
Oh, king d5 is a major blunder. Rook knight f6, and thank you for the extra rook. I'm gonna take it. What about oh, you're gonna love this. Bishop d7 and b6, Keti. Is this winning? Just a second. King c8. I think it's winning. King d5. I'm threatening king c6. The only legal move is here. And white should be winning this.
No, there's f6 as well. Is not it winning sometime?
Where is f6?
Here.
But you play king c6, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta take it. I think this race ends in the favor for white. Maybe now f6. Wait, let's check this out. f6,
King
here, g5. No, white is definitely winning this. The king is too far. King a7. 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. White is winning. So you can't do this if you're black. So Hrabenchikova here has a realistic chance to win this. Very nice shot is bishop d7. So I think that... Was this actually played?
Rook e7 is on the board.
Can we zoom in? I think that it just wins.
Rook e7 is on the board.
She did play this. She did play... Wait, I think we already calculated this. So bishop takes on d7. And now look at the body language of the Mongolian player. I think she realizes... she sees this line. Bishop d7, rook d7, b6. I mean, the threat is king d5, king c6. What do you do? I mean, what do you do? I mean, if black plays d5, I can already take on d7 and snatch the pawn on d5. I have an outside pass pawn on b6. So it's winning. The only idea here I can see for black is king c8, king d5. What do you do? I mean, king c6 is a major threat. You take on a7, and then eventually, let's just show it this line until the very end. King b7 is necessary. f6 seems to be necessary. King e6, g5, in case somebody's not convinced.
We are convinced.
We are convinced. We are convinced, yeah. Takes it.
Wow, what a painful blunder.
But I'm not sure what was the other move, to be honest. Here, let's just put it until the end. So that you see black is missing one tempi. Or h5, king g7, that's it, you just win.
But here's the thing, that this rook e7 has been played very fast, and it also looks very natural move. You want to guard the knight and don't want to give up the pawn on f7. So probably there was a way like knight c5 to activate your knight and give up this pawn, but it is not easy. It is not easy to find this kind of move.
Knight b8. Apparently it was the only defense. It's such a counterintuitive move. But it hits the bishop on c6. It allows white to take the pawn on f7. But after knight c6, b takes on c6, black apparently lives. But to be honest, even this position is not very obvious.
No. Maybe, I don't know why we should get this bishop actually. Maybe knight to activate was better. Knight is a tricky piece.
Yeah, but then your b pawn is rolling forward. Very strong. b6, b7 might cost a piece.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why she made this rook e7 move.
Just a second. But even this position, even if here Mungunzul had played the best move, once again, let's look at this. How obvious is this? Because you look at it from afar, you don't like it, you don't want to go there. Wait, there's also rook d7 and rook d6.
No.
Even this position, it seems that only white is here playing for the win. So black needs to be extremely precise to hold this.
Yeah, so this is another blunder we are witnessing. That means that
on camera,
kids are getting tired, and this is so tense to play long game, and very often you are just missing very small details.
So let's just watch. I think that you can even see the body language of Yelizaveta. She's looking at bishop takes on d7 as we speak, and I can't even imagine what else she might choose. And bishop d7 is on the board. That's the move that the Mongolian player did not want to see. Rook takes on d7. I think we are about to see a conclusion of this game very soon.
Yeah, Elisabetta is a very experienced player. I was really shocked to see her at this competition, actually.
All our signs.
I thought that she was already a woman grandmaster, as she's playing for the national team of the Ukraine, and most likely this b6, which we have on the board, it's easy to spot for her. Another game has been ended, the favorites game, and there's not a surprise. The rating favorite lost the game against his opponent. That could be a really painful loss for him.
Well, yeah, it happens. King c8, by the way, is played by Mungunzul. It's not going to change anything here. King d5, king c6. I think Yelizaveta already figured it out. I think also Mungunzul figured it out. Me and Keti figured it out. So here, let's just follow the final moments of this game before we switch to another game. I think we might actually see this game finish live on the camera. So king d5, Yelizaveta is reaching for this move.
Is this the one final game in progress on top boards?
Might be. Let me check. Yeah, this is the final game on the top board. So we sit there no matter what. We might also, perhaps, after this game finishes, go and check what's happening to girls under 18, 16, at least have a glimpse.
Yes, of course.
All right.
If they're still alive, but I don't believe anything is alive besides us now at this point.
All right. Yeah, we have some very nice camera feeds. By the way, for that, we have to thank for European Chess TV, who are doing absolute incredible job here, providing us with some amazing footage. Also, by the way, this opening scene, if you remember in the beginning, we are also going to show you some of the earlier results of the round. Very nice footage, which is shot here from Monte Silvano's beach, Italy, which is a coastal town of the Adriatic Sea. Very nice weather outside. Every day it's almost at the like plus 20 degrees. So the summer here in Italy continues. You can see every day. The participants of the tournament, they're enjoying the event. They're playing some sports, football outside, volleyball.
They better be quiet tomorrow in the morning. They are actually, it's so interesting. They are playing football in the mornings, early mornings and late nights. And it's so incredible. Of course, I'm joking. They can enjoy as much as they want. But it's so interesting how many kids are gathered and have good time together in spending these moments. This is something that they will forever remember.
That's right. Do we maybe just mention while we're watching this game, we could go perhaps full screen and let's go through some of the interesting results at the top boards and while we follow the action of this game, because this is the only live game, at least at the top boards. I'm gonna follow some of the interesting other results. There's a lot of decisive games, and actually I'm looking at the top boards. Only one game, Keti, finished in a draw. That is Edgar Mamedov against Dakshin Arjun. This is the section, open section under 14, second board. That finished in a draw. Everybody else finished their games decisively.
Yeah.
Very impressive. This also shows the fighting spirit.
Yeah. Everyone. This is a tournament for everyone. You might be the rating favorite, but as Michelle said here, Rachel said here, our 10-year-old interviewer said that some of the players are underrated at this competition. We can actually agree with her.
That's right. Here, black plays another move. What did she play? F6. This is the final move of the game. F6, that's his resignation right here. King C6. You see, she already knows. King C6. I'm going to allow you to execute the final move. There you go. Resignation and Yelizaveta Krebenchkova wins her game.
We see here how difficult it is to fight for so long, almost 60 moves for 5 hours and then end the game, losing it. That can be very painful, but here all these kids can just come back at the top boards once again, Arturs, and they will have good chances to fight it back because...
I think I clicked something wrong, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I know. I clicked on something. There you go, found it. Okay, all right, sorry.
They almost got another 1+ participant in the youth competition. I don't know how I did this.
I pressed something on the mouse and it just got me to round 3 for some reason. I don't know how I did this.
This is the empty playing venue, beautiful playing venue in the beautiful city. We already mentioned a lot of things about this playing venue. And Arturs, it has been a very interesting round. Perhaps we have the results ready, so it will pop up on the screen right away. We don't know the pairings for tomorrow, but we can assume it's going to be one of the most important day for the players tomorrow. And there we go. Round 4 in the girls section was all the decisive results.
No draws today, no prisoners taken. All the games were decisive. So Krebenchkova beats Mungunzul on Rochelle Wu, also was victorious over Vesna Mikhalic. Open section, girls section under 16. Alexandra Shvedova managed in the end to win her game against Erdenbay Kuslen. Also, Leila Shakradova won her game against Michelle Truns. Girls under 14 section, Mariam Chkaralte. This was this absolutely stunning game, which we're following in a time scramble. She blundered Queen F1 check against Zarina Nurgalieva, which cost ultimately her game. And Iris Mo one-card game against Andrea Stankovic. This game we didn't see much, but
Yeah.
it's a victory.
It is a victory, and let's take a look at the open section. Here we have also the most of the games being decisive. We do have Alexei Grabnev winning against Simon Lamaze, and then we have Aaron Pasti winning over the rating favorite in this match, Omin Ahanian from Armenia, then the rating favorite in under 16 category, Jan Klimkovsky, won against his game against his opponent Batsukh Anand, and another Armenian player, Robert Filiposian, won against the rating favorite Axel Kvaloy, and we do have very impressive win by Trang Gia Pam. He was one of the first participants today who win his game against Isaac Bratjerd, and we do have the last game on the top board, which ended in a draw, and it was the most peaceful game, Mamedov against Dashkin. So the round 5 will bring all the leaders to play against each other, and they will face each other. Maybe after this round, after round 5, we're gonna have the sole leaders in some of the categories, Artur.
Absolutely. I think also it's probably a good idea to mention that one of the highest seeded players, the highest seeded player of the open section under 18, Volodar Murzin, today lost another half a point because he played with a white collar against Ilan Party from India. That's the game we looked briefly in the very beginning. So again, it just shows this tournament is unpredictable. The ELO favorites are losing their points, and that's why the World Youth Chess Championships is one of the most interesting tournaments to follow. Anybody can win.
That's right. We're saying final goodbye from the studio. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Time.